the year of rest, the Sabbatical Year. And this Sabbatical Year denotes a rest for the promised land, not wherever you at, not the world, but for the promised land every 7 years. Every 7 years, according to all that Yahweh commanded the children of Israel, he allowed them to know when you get in the land of promise, that land must rest every 7 years. But not only did the land rest every 7 years, it was also a time of release. And this release dealt with any servant or slave that we had. And it denoted that Israel was never to be under a perpetual servitude as we find ourselves today. For with the law of the Sabbatical year and the law dealing with the year of Jubilee, it made sure that none of the Israelites were ever in a perpetual servitude, because after the 6 years, they must be released. And this great law and justice is only found in the promised land and under the bond of the covenant of the law. And when we say these things, and when we show forth this presentation, make sure you examine the words that we read today in your life, and you will see that your life has nothing to do with these words. And the only reason that your life will have nothing to do with this presentation today is because the covenant of the law is broken and you do not find yourself in the land of promise. Our brother Yamin will read Psalms 80 and Psalms 146 for us all, and we will come back and give the title once again and dive straight into this great presentation. You got the floor, my brother.
Shalom, everyone. As our brother stated, I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 80, please. That's Psalms 80. It reads, "Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, thou that leddest Joseph like a flock, thou that dwellest between the cherubims, shine forth. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up thy strength, and come and save us. Turn us again, O Elohim, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure. Thou makest us a strife unto our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Turn us again, O Elohim of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen and planted it. Thou preparest room before it, and didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars. She sent out her boughs unto the sea, and her branches into the river. Why hast thou then broken down her hedges, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck her? The boar out of the wood doth waste it, and the wild beast of the field doth devour it. Return, we beseech thee, O Elohim of hosts. Look down from heaven, and behold, and visit this vine, and the vineyard which thy right hand hath planted, and the branch that thou madest strong for thyself. It is burned with fire, it is cut down, they perish at the rebuke of thy countenance. Let thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, upon the sons of the man whom thou madest strong for thyself. So will not we go back from thee. Quicken us, and we will call upon thy name. Turn us again, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts. Cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 146, please. That's Psalms 146. It reads, Hallelujah, hallelujah, O my soul. While I live, will I praise Yahweh. I will sing praises unto my Elohim while I have any being. Put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. His breath goeth forth, he returneth to his earth. In that very day his thoughts perish. Happy is he that hath Elohim, that hath the Elohim of Yaakov for his help, whose help is in Yahweh his Elohim, which made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that therein is, which keepeth truth forever, which executeth judgment for the oppressed, which giveth food to the hungry. Yahweh looseth the prisoners. Yahweh openeth the eyes of the blind. Yahweh raises them that are bowed down. Yahweh loveth the righteous. Yahweh preserveth the strangers. He relieveth the fatherless and widow. But the way of the wicked he turneth upside down. Yahweh shall reign forever, even thy Elohim, O Zion, unto all generations. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called The Year of Release. The Year of Rest, which denotes the Sabbatical Year. This Sabbatical is spelled Sabbatal. So your brother might not be pronouncing it correctly, but it denotes the year of rest. And this year of rest was only commanded and given to one people that was to execute this great holy rest of their land, and it was only commanded and done in the land of promise. We're about to study a statute, a law, and a commandment, and the instructions thereof of the Sabbatical year. We will show the law of this Sabbatical year, We will show testimonies of this sabbatical year. And I wish the listening audience to compare these words that we will learn today to yourselves as far back as you can remember living on this earth. And at the end of the presentation, I would like to hear from those that believe that Israel is under the covenant of the law today. And I would like to hear their input on the Sabbatical year. If Israel is under the covenant of the law today, then this Sabbatical year law is intact with all that Yahweh commanded our fathers. So we will see, just by learning today and examining our own lives and our own plight, we will see that this Sabbatical law were only given to the children of Israel to be executed only in the land of promise. And it will allow us to know, it will give us even more proof and facts that Israel is not under the covenant of the law today. But instead, they find themselves being servants and afflicted, needing to be saved out of it. Before we start the presentation, your brother would like to warn you again with the words of wisdom, as we do each and every week. And the warning that I have chosen to use today with this particular subject matter is found in Proverbs, the book of wisdom, the 22nd division. Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, is where we will start the warning. And it tells us in this great book of wisdom, in the 22nd chapter, if we take a look at the 20th verse of the 22nd chapter of Proverbs, it reads, "Have not I written to thee," and please, Israel, at this time, get yourself in Holy Scripture, if you haven't already, and a piece of paper and a pen that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today on the Sabbatical year, the year of rest. Thus, it tells us again in Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, the 20th verse, "Have not I written to thee excellent things and counsels and knowledge, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mightest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee." It continues to tell us, "Rob not the poor." And these words are consistent, and they go hand in hand with the subject matter. When we read our Psalms and we read our Proverbs to warn the people to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil and to trust in Him with all thy heart and thy soul, we don't just randomly pick Psalms and Proverbs. We use them accordingly. That way, as we just read in the 21st verse, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mightest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee. So no, we're not randomly picking anything. We read and we teach according to time and place. Thus it tells us in the 22nd verse, "Rob not the poor." And we're going to find, dealing with the Sabbatical Year, dealing with the year of rest, and dealing with the great Jubilee, we will find that these laws and the instructions and the statutes is against robbing the poor, because he is poor. Neither oppress the afflicted in the gate, talking about the gates of the land of promise. For Yahweh will plead their cause, the cause of the poor, the cause of the afflicted, the cause of the widow. It says, for Yahweh will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoil them. Make no friendship with an angry man or woman, and with a furious man thou shalt not go, lest I learn his ways and gets a snare to thy soul just by following that person. Be not thy one of them that strike hands, or of them that are surety for debts. If thou hast nothing to pay, why should he take away thy bed from under thee? And please take note of this 28th verse, for it truly has a lot to do with the year of rest and the Sabbatical Year. Thus it reads, remove not the ancient landmark or the ancient bound which thy fathers have set. See thy a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men or assured men. It also tells us, if we take a look at the very next chapter, the very next division, which is the 23rd division of Proverbs, and it tells us in this 23rd division, if we pick up at the 9th verse, it tells us in way of warning that we may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It reads, speak not in the ears of a fool, for he, the fool that is, will despise the wisdom of thy words. Remove not the old landmark, the bound, that which you inherited in the book of Joshua. It reads, remove not the old landmark, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless. For their Redeemer, which is none other than Yahweh, is mighty. He shall plead their cause with thee. Apply thy heart into instructions, these instructions that we will give this day, and thy ear to the words of knowledge. Withhold not correction, and I really don't want to go no farther because the proverb starts speaking about something else, taking you to another angle. So I just wanted to acknowledge the 9th to the 12th verse, and we did. And it is speaking about not to give wisdom and knowledge to fools, because they will despise it. And then it told us not to remove the old bound or the old landmark, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless, for their Redeemer is mighty, and he shall plead their cause with thee. And we're going to see by way of the law and by way of testimony how Yahweh pleaded with our fathers when it came to the promised land and when it came to the time that that land should rest, which is called the Sabbatical Year or the Sabbatical Year. It tells us, if we all please turn our scriptures to Psalms 95. Let's dive straight into this great presentation. It is a presentation well overdue. It's a presentation that many people don't have understanding on. It's a presentation that will bring out the punishment for not keeping the Sabbatical year. And many of our brothers and sisters have misunderstood what is said in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th verse, the 35th verse, and the 43rd verse, where it spoke about Israel broke the Sabbatical law. And many people, when I first brought this out, kept telling me, well, brother, you're wrong, because this ain't talking about the Sabbath. This is talking about the Sabbatical or the Sabbath of the land. And I let them know that I was well aware of that. But what I am allowing you to be aware of is that they broke the Sabbatical year, not just on Monday, or let me say it this way, not just on the first day, nor just on the second day, nor the third, the fourth, the fifth, nor the sixth, but they also broke the Sabbatical year. Don't forget, the Sabbatical year is 364 days in the year. So Leviticus 26 does allow one that can read, see that they broke the Sabbatical year, but it also denotes that they broke the Sabbatical year on the seventh day. So they're not just guilty of breaking the Sabbatical year, they are guilty of breaking the Sabbath. For it tells us, and we will get there, I'm just expounding as we go, but when we get there, we will see where the Almighty accused the children of Israel of breaking the Sabbatical year on their Sabbaths. So when I showed the punishment thereof, many people say, well, it don't belong to us, or that is not what our fathers endured. You mean Daniel and them didn't keep the Sabbath in Babylon? Well, to show me that you have light on that matter, you must show me a testimony that says so. And you will never be able to do that, because Yahweh gave the children of Israel the Sabbath once he brought them out of captivity. And he commanded them where to keep it. And according to the scripture, Israel was to keep it in the land that they possess. And the land that they possess is nothing more than all their dwellings. The dwellings that they inherited forever. As we just read in the book of wisdom, that the Almighty commanded our fathers to never remove the old bound or the old landmark that was set up in the beginning, because this landmark denotes your father, it denotes your tribe, it denotes your house in that great land of promise. And it is given to our fathers forever. So we were not to remove the original landmark. That way, when your children are brought back from captivity, everyone will know where they're supposed to go, based on the inheritance that was given to our fathers by way of Lot. And you can find that truth in the book of Joshua. Right now, we are supposed to be at Psalms 95, and it tells us in Psalms 95, starting at the very first verse, and it reads, "Oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with psalms. For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great King above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart, as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation. And I said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. And to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Well, what is this rest? What do this rest denote? And note that this rest is similar to that which was instituted in the beginning of creation, which is the seventh day. Well, the Almighty is not just speaking about the seventh day in this 11th verse, but it denotes rest, period. And Israel had more than one rest day. It was not just the seventh day. We had rest days, we had Sabbaths, we had restraint days for many feasts, and for other instructions like this Sabbatical year. For it was not just a rest day for the land, but it was a rest year, which consisted of 364 days. So the Almighty spoke in this 11th verse and said again, and to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Is this the Sabbath day? Because according to what we're going to show forth today, they already was keeping the Sabbath day in the wilderness before these things were said, before the 40th year of their wandering that you find in the book of Deuteronomy. So it tells us that these people will not enter into my rest. Well, this rest is the Sabbath, but it is also the Sabbatical year, for it is denoting that they will not enter in. Well, enter into what? Into my rest. That's what it says, but that ain't what it means. That's not what it's denoting. What it's denoting is the rest that is to be given to the land. And while the land was resting, you were supposed to rest. You were not to work the field in no shape, form, or fashion. So you rested, not every day, but on your Sabbath. And the land rested for 364 days. And in so many words, you did rest on the first, second, and third, and fourth, and fifth day, because according to the instructions, you were not allowed to work the land. So you didn't go out there and do that type of work. Anything that had to do with the land, you did not do it. So that's what this verse, 11th verse, denotes. It denotes entering into my rest, which is the land, and it also denotes the Sabbath. For this Sabbatical year commemorates, same with the Sabbath. It commemorates it is a commemorative of creation that is found in Genesis, the 2nd chapter. Right now, we are going to the book of Deuteronomy. We are going to read some of the laws, instructions, and commandments, and ordinances, and statutes that Yahweh have instructed our fathers to execute once they made it in the land, or once they entered into his rest, or the land of his rest. Thus, let us turn to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, which denotes the 40th year of Israel wandering in the wilderness, these words were told to Israel. If we start reading at the very first verse, Deuteronomy 12:1. And it reads, "These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land." Well, this land is the same, or it denotes the same that is rendered in Psalms 95:11. Entering into his rest. Well, what did they actually enter into? What did the fools that did not believe Yahweh when they were in the wilderness, what were they not able to enter into? Was it not the land of promise? Did not Yahweh say that the fathers would die off in the wilderness, and that the children and the women will enter in to the land of promise? So the land is the land of promise, and it is also known as Yahweh's rest. And it is the place that Yahweh commanded Israel to rest, and allow their animals to rest, and the stranger that sojourned among them. They all was commanded and instructed to rest in that great land. Thus, it tells us again in the first verse, "These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee to possess it. So it allows us to know that it's not talking about any other land in the world except the land that Yahweh promised Israel and the land that they possessed. And how long was this instruction? How long do these true words survive? It reads, all the days that you live upon the earth. Well, today you're on the earth, but you ain't in that land. So do these words apply to you today? Absolutely not. For it told us where these words, these statutes, and these judgments are to be observed. And it is none other than the land of promise. The second verse reads, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods. And that is something that there is no history of Israel being in America or in another man's land where they destroyed their idols, where they destroyed their pillars, where they destroyed their images, where they had destroyed their groves. We see that on every corner. Every corner there's a church, there's a statue, there's an idol, there's a grove, and you walk right past it. You drive right past it. You might even talk about how big it is and how much money they spent on it. But you do everything under the sun except what is written in this second verse. And why can't you? And why don't you? Because, according to time and place, this is the wrong time and definitely the wrong place to execute these great words that was commanded to our fathers once they came out of captivity, and they were commanded to do so once they entered into the land of promise. Not so today, because these words do not belong to us this day. The third verse reads, and ye shall overthrow their altars and break their pillars and burn their groves with fire. And this is a command. And ye shall heave down the graven images of their gods and destroy the name of them out of that place. This is a command, but it ain't commanding you because you ain't in that place. And the gods and the idols and the groves and all the things that the Almighty said that you was to overthrow is not in that place, nor are you. So you're not commanded to do anything because you're not in that place, nor is these things in that place. It reads, ye shall not do so unto Yahweh your Elohim, meaning as I commanded you to go in and destroy all the deity images and all that, I want you to do that. But I don't want you to do that toward me. And where is he talking about? In America? Or is he talking about in the land of Canaan? He is talking about in the land of Canaan. It continues to tell us in the 5th verse, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose. It is Yahweh choosing. You can never be right if you don't choose what Yahweh choose. You're going to always be wrong. You're going to always be at the wrong place, and you're going to always be at the wrong time because you are not choosing Yahweh's choice. So you're going to always be wrong. It says, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall ye seek. And tighter or there thy shall come. And there not wherever you at, but there ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks. And there, where? In the land of promise. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim. And ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into. Ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. It does not say, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath cursed thee. Well, we under the curse today. It says, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. And what is that? Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. Why not? It reads in the 9th verse, for ye are not as yet come to the rest. Could that be the same rest that we just read in Psalms 95, verse 11, where it says that they will not enter into my rest? Absolutely. So the rest is what your brother has just described. The rest is your inheritance. The rest is the place of promise. The rest is in all of your dwellings when you find yourself in the land of rest under the covenant of the law. Thus it reads in this 9th verse of the 12th chapter of Deuteronomy, it reads, for ye are not as yet come to the rest, and what? To the inheritance which Yahweh, your Elohim, give you. But for there's a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus the 10th verse reads, but when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit all of your dwellings. And when he give you rest, please take note. Now you're dealing with the Sabbath, because you entered the land and he is giving you rest. But this rest do not just denote the 7th-day Sabbath. It denotes any restraint that Yahweh instructed his children to restrain on. And this restraint only means to rest and do no work. Well, again, this presentation is called the Year of Rest, the Sabbatical Year, and it denotes them not doing any work. And with them following the instructions, they will be considered perfect on this matter. Thus, it tells us again, but when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety. And you are dwelling in safety in all of your dwellings. But not so today. We're not resting, nor is the enemy taken from us, and nor do we dwell safely. Then, the 11th verse, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. And we talked last week or week before, not only was there a place that Yahweh have chosen to place his name there for Israel to come and to enjoy the 3 great pilgrim feasts, but also the Justice Center. The justice, the judgment that Yahweh used for every commandment, statute, and ordinance that he has given the children of Israel is not in their presence today. Why not? Could it be because they are not under the covenant of the law? And the answer is absolutely yes. Again, Israel, the judgments go hand in hand with all of the covenant of the law. You cannot have the covenant of the law without the judgments. It is impossible. So when your brothers and sisters teach you that you are under the covenant of the law today, ask them, where is the Justice Center? Why is it every time I try to receive justice in this man's land, I got to go to them? I find myself at their Justice Center. I find myself at their court. And why is that? And where did Yahweh ever say that the children of Israel under the covenant of the law will be and will have to appeal to the enemy's Justice Center? When he is telling us that he have chose this place. So no man can give you another destination. He already chose the destination. And if he take it away, guess what? It is no longer there. As it is this day. For again it says in the 11th verse, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter or there shall ye bring all, not some, but all that I command you. Your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes. So if we're reading with understanding, look at all the crooked people. Look at all the fools that you have encountered that robbed you by way of tithes and offerings. Look at them. Because the Almighty is calling them a liar and a thief. Because he just said exactly where the tithe was supposed to be brought to. And it's not Cincinnati nor any other state in the United States. It continued to tell us in the 12th verse, and ye shall rejoice. Well, let me finish reading that. It said in the 11th verse, after the word tithes, it reads, and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vowed unto Yahweh. Today, you can't even make a vow to Yahweh and pay it. How can you? There is no place today where Yahweh placed his name, where you would have found the priest to fulfill your vow. See, you make a vow, but the fulfillment of the vow is done in the place that Yahweh placed his name before the priest. So even today, you cannot make a vow to Yahweh, only because you do not find yourself in the land of promise, nor under the covenant of the law. But we got many people saying that they done made vows, saying that they Nazarites and all this mess, but they have never been in the land, nor have they ever been among the priests, nor did they ever find themselves in the land, in the place, in the city that Yahweh chose and placed his name. So you ain't made nothing, Israel. Unless you can show me that Yahweh have changed, and you can't. Thus, let's continue reading the instructions. It tells us in the 12th verse, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates. Ain't that something? for as much as he had no part nor inheritance with you. So when the Almighty had Joshua to give the inheritance by way of Lot, L-O-T, the priests did not receive the same inheritance because Yahweh was their inheritance. Thus, the Israelites, the other tribes, had to gather and collect their tithes once a year and every 3 years. I don't know where no once a week come from. You will never find once a week in your Bible. Once a week is tradition. Once a week is man. Once a week is that crook and that fool that have robbed the fatherless, the widow, the poor, and the afflicted. So I can never substantiate a week. I can never show you to pay your tithes every week. I can only show you what Yahweh have chosen and what he have said. And he said that Israel was to pay tithes out of the land that he blessed. And Israel was to give a tenth of all of their increase. And that tenth was given to the Levite every year. Every 3 years, that tenth was given to the Levites, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that sojourned among us, that was born in our house and bought with our money. It wasn't just a stranger walking down the street and we went into the holy tithes and gave him anything. That is not instructed. The stranger that we gave of the holy tithes had to be circumcised, and he had to be bought, or he had to be bought by way of money or born in our house, or he didn't receive not one grain of corn from the children of Israel, not by way of tithes and offerings. You must follow the instructions. So it tells us again, by way of instruction, in the 12th verse, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye, your sons, your daughters, your manservant, your maidservant, the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest. That will also include America. But in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all, not some, not the best you can, but all that I command thee. It also tells us in the 15th verse, notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates, whatsoever thy soul lusts after, according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the hart. And what that is saying, let me clear that up real quick, because I done had many people read that and they say, well, Yahweh said we can eat the clean and unclean. That is not what you just read. It allows us to know in this 15th verse that once you in that place doing the instructions, the 15th verse says, notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat in all thy gates, whatsoever thy soul lusts after. And the things that their soul lusts after is also found in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, where the tithes is found, and it allows us to know the clean from the unclean foods. So the Almighty is denoting the clean food. He ain't telling them to eat, you allowed to eat clean, but you also allowed to eat unclean. That is not what he's saying. He's dealing with the people themselves. Because sometimes during the feasts and things like that, we might have been unclean. We might have been on our menstruation. We might have had whatever, a blemish or whatever that denoted us as unclean. The Almighty allowed us to know even the unclean man or woman is allowed to eat of the blessing, and the blessing would be clean. And it gave you 2 clean animals to let you know he ain't talking about one clean and one unclean. Thus he said, and the clean may he eat thereof, as, letting you know what is clean, as of the roebuck and as of the hart. Those are 2 clean animals. They chew the cub, they coven-footed. They are 2 clean animals. And that is all that's saying, even though you read the unclean and the clean. When you read that correctly, it denotes the people's status. It denotes how the people is clean or unclean. And it allowed them to know that even the unclean in their gates will be able to eat of the blessing. That's all it's telling us, Israel. It also tells us and gives us reference to this Sabbath. And this Sabbath, as I am trying to teach it, it comes by way of that which was instituted in Genesis, the 2nd chapter. After the Almighty finished his creation, it tells us about the 7th day. The 7th day that he hallowed, consecrated, and sanctified. And this 7th day, this spiritual significance of this 7th day was applied to the promised land. And each day was denoted as a year. And there was groups of years. And these groups consist of 7. And 7 times 7 is 49 years. And that would be the end of the Sabbatical year. The 50th year is called the year of Jubilee. And we're going to end the presentation with the subject of Jubilee. So I'm just expounding as we go. I hope I don't give up too much before I get where I'm going. But right now, we're showing references of the Sabbath and how the Sabbath was connected with the Sabbatical year, and how the evil people of our fathers did not endure, nor listen, nor hearken into the instructions thereof. So let's take a look of reference of this, and it can be found in Amos, the 8th chapter. We all turn there, please. For it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter. I would like to go to the 4th verse. I'd like to start at the 4th verse. And I'm going to read to the 7th verse. Amos, the 8th chapter. We're going to pick up at the 4th verse. And it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 4th verse, and it reads, Hear this, O ye that swallow up the needy, and please take note, the entities of the year of rest. The entities that keep popping up dealing with the Sabbatical year. And it is the poor, it is the afflicted, it is the needy, it is the flock, it is the sheep. These are the entities that you're going to see throughout this presentation, because Yahweh is the Elohim of judgment. And this judgment is throughout this Sabbatical year or sabbatical year. This great judgment and justice is seen throughout the year of rest. This great judgment and justice is seen throughout even the weekly Sabbath, the 7-day Sabbath. Thus, it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 4th verse. Shema, or hear this, O ye that swallow up the needy, even to make the poor of the land to fail, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small? That's foul. That's cheating. And the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit, that we may buy the poor for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes. Yea, and sell the refuse of the wheat. Yahweh has sworn by the excellency of Yaakov, surely I will never forget any of their works. Yahweh hates the oppression and the affliction and the cheating and the lying and the stealing of the poor. He hates it. Thus, it tells us in the 8th verse, and I think I'm going to stop at the 7th. I'm not going to read the 8th verse. The 8th verse continues on with the famine and the darkness that the children of Israel was under in the days of Amos. I just wanted to use the part where they was exploiting the poor and the afflicted in the land of promise, because all these things is going to come in full circle in explaining the land, the year of rest, and the sabbatical year. And saying that there is also a proper observance that we can look at, and it is found in Isaiah, the 56th chapter, if we turn there, please. Isaiah, the 56th chapter. And it tells us, and we are using this to show a proper observance of the sabbatical year and the Sabbath. It tells us in Isaiah, the 56th chapter, if we take a look at the first 7 verses, and it reads, thus said Yahweh, keep ye judgments. But Israel keeps telling us, and I heard today, if you're not under the Sabbath, you don't know Yahweh. Well, one thing about Yahweh that you don't know nothing about is the judgment. And it also allows us to know that you don't know that you can't be under the Sabbath without the judgments. Thus, we are showing in the days of our fathers a proper observance. And it tells us again in this proper observance in Isaiah, the 56th chapter, the very first verse, thus said Yahweh, not your brother, but the creator of the heaven and earth. And what did he say? Keep ye judgment. And this judgment don't denote nothing but straight, upright fairness, equity, and do justice. For my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that does this, and the Son of Man that lay hold on it. that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil. And we just read some of the evil things that our fathers did in the book of Amos. We just read some of them. And the Almighty hated. And these things were done on the Sabbaths and during the sabbatical year. That's why I'm bringing them forth. It tells us in the 3rd verse, neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself, and your brother has explained it at least twice so far today, what the stranger denoted. It does not denote a person like you see today, the role that we play. We are the stranger today. We ain't got no strangers among us, because we are the stranger. We are the stranger among them. So this is not talking about you, nor your neighbor across the street. For it tells us, Israel, in the 3rd verse, neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahweh speak, saying, Yahweh have utterly separated me from his people. Not in the proper observance. No, you would never be able to say that. It reads, neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. For thus said Yahweh, and to the eunuch that keep my Sabbaths, that is an S. And when you see Sabbaths, it does not denote the 7-day Sabbath concurrently or just going in a cycle. No, that is not what that means. When many times you read in your Bible and it's talking about the weekly Sabbath, it's going to say the Sabbath. It ain't going to have no S on it or nothing. And that denotes the weekly or the 7-day Sabbath. When you read the word Sabbath, it denotes all the times that Israel is instructed to restrain themselves from work. And you can find those great Sabbaths in like the Day of Atonement, the Passover, and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. There are Sabbaths found in those feasts. And Yahweh just stated in the 3rd and the 4th verse, for thus said Yahweh unto the eunuch. The eunuch were people that was close to the kings. Most times they found themselves castrated. Their male parts were taken, and they were taken for several reasons, and one of the main reasons was to protect the king's throne, that this man would not be able to overthrow the king, but he is very close to the king. Jobs of the eunuchs was very special jobs, and those jobs caused the eunuch to be very close to the king. One of the jobs and very important jobs of the eunuchs are being cupbearers. And what is a cupbearer? Well, a eunuch was a cupbearer, and if your king was about to drink some new wine or something like that, well, that eunuch, that cupbearer, sipped that wine before the king ever smells it. That way, he is a protector. He is a barrier from the adversary and the king. So if the adversary tried to poison the king, the eunuch would stop it. How? By dying. because he would drink it first. And once the king seen him drink it, you know the king ain't going to drink that after he seen his special man, the eunuch, just died from that wine. They're going to kill everybody that gave that eunuch that wine. He wouldn't drink it. So he's a barrier. He's a protector. He's very close to the king. But he had to have his private parts taken away to be that job, to be a recipient of that job. That is what a eunuch is. There ain't no sense of us rushing, reading words, and don't even know what they mean. So we might well explain them as we go. It tells us, because we're learning. We're here teaching to learn, nothing else. So it tells us again in the 4th verse, for thus said Yahweh unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbaths and choose the things that please me. And take what? So this stranger, this eunuch, the people that Yahweh is speaking to in the 56th chapter have to be under the covenant of Yahweh, under the covenant of the law. For it tells us, for thus said Yahweh in the 4th verse, and to the eunuch that keep my Sabbaths, and those and choose the things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. So they under the covenant doing these things, following these instructions. When I've told you to turn to Isaiah 56, I said turn to Isaiah 56 where we can see a proper observance. And that's what we're reading. And we're going to read this down to the 7th verse. Right now we at the 5th verse. And it reads, even into them will I give in my house. Where is Yahweh's house found? In the land of promise. Not wherever you at. It says, even into them will I give in my house and within my walls. Where is Yahweh walls known to be? None other than the city of Jerusalem, which is none other than one of the cities of the land of promise. It continued to tell us, even into them will I give in my house and within my walls a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also, the sons of the stranger that join. See, you got to be with Yahweh. You got to be in the land. You got to be under the law. You got to be under the covenant of the law to join themselves to Yahweh, to serve him. How do Israel serve him? One law to Israel and one law to the stranger. So you got to be under the law, keeping this Sabbath according to Isaiah the 56th chapter. And many people have taught that this was in captivity. Many people have taught that these words denote some people in captivity. And that is a lie. All you got to do is read it with understanding, and you will see word from word, verse from verse, who and where it denotes. For it tells us again, Israel, in the 6th verse, also the sons of the stranger that join themselves to Yahweh to serve him and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servant. The Almighty told Moses, go tell Pharaoh to let my son go, that he may serve me. So you had to be free to do these things. Thus it tells us to serve him and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servant, everyone that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and take hold of my covenant. Even them will I bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar. For my house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. Yahweh Elohim, which gathers the outcast. We got people saying, no, we got to gather ourselves. And Yahweh will not dare remember the covenant until we come before the enemy and confess our sins and the sins of our fathers. Well, that is not the word of our Creator here in the 8th verse. For it reads, Yahweh Elohim, which gathers the outcasts of Israel, said, yet will I gather others to him, beside those that are gathered into him. So the Almighty let us know that he the one going to do all the gathering, even the stranger. If the stranger is to gather among us, it will be Yahweh that gather him. He won't be able to gather himself. He won't be able to gather himself, not according to the word that we are reading. When the mixed multitude came out of Egypt with the children of Israel, did they do that on themselves, on their own, or did they do that after the judgments of Yahweh was laid upon the Egyptians and they seen the prison houses wide open? Did they leave then or before? They left then. They could never do it on their own. Nor can you, nor can I. That's why we find ourselves still here, even though we got people that say, well, according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 40th to the 43rd verse, you must confess your sins and the sins of your fathers, or the Almighty would never remember that covenant. Well, many people, I say, have done those same things that these people are saying today. And guess what? All of them have died. And the ones that have not died are still here, being a servant and afflicted, needing to be saved. So many people have done those things. They done did those things in many fashions, by way of prayer line, meeting in Washington, meeting in Atlanta, meeting in many places. All that took heed to the word. And all of those teachers have died. And their students find themselves still here in America, being servants and afflicted, needing to be saved out of all these troubles. And it is a proof that your brother and your sister did not truly understand those verses when they told you to gather yourselves together. And many of us didn't know them either. That's why we followed the crowd. That's why we followed the multitude, because we didn't know either. We thought they was teaching us truth. We all finding the central times to call. That way we all calling in unison at the same time. All that. We all prayed a certain time based on whatever city you lived in. We found the central time. That way everybody could call in at that same time, or everybody would acknowledge that same time, and then we all prayed. And we're in your prospective city, and in your prospective congregation, in your prospective house, in your prospective class, in your prospective camp, we all prayed. That was just one way of us figuring out how to gather ourselves together and confess our sins and the sins of our fathers, as it is written in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And I must continue to witness to no avail. You are still here, being servants and afflicted. Complaint after complaint after complaint. And your complaint ain't nothing but a cry. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Nehemiah. For in the book of Nehemiah, we can find where this proper observance was constantly being encouraged to keep. The Almighty had those men that had His Spirit upon him that represented truth. They constantly encouraged Israel to observe the year of rest, the sabbatical year, and the rest that was made on every seventh day. Let us turn our scriptures to Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. To show, according to history, how our fathers was constantly encouraged to keep the sabbatical year and any other day that denoted the Shabbat. For Israel was commanded to restrain themselves. It tells us in the book of Nehemiah, we all should be at the 10th chapter, and it tells us in the 10th chapter, and this 10th chapter come by way of the 9th chapter. And we dug into the 9th chapter last week. It let us know that the children of Israel had gathered themselves together in their own land, and they confessed it, their sins and iniquities, and their fathers' sins and iniquities. They fast, and in their confession, it allowed us to know that Yahweh did all that He promised Abraham, and it allowed us to know that in this confession that the children of Israel had entered into the land of promise as Yahweh promised Abraham, and they began to defile Him. They began to lean upon their own imagination. And the Almighty punished them. And the Almighty, through the mouth of Nehemiah, let the world know that His concern with His children was not how they lived in Rome, not how they lived in Jamaica, not how they lived on the Isles, nor how they lived in America. But His concern was how they lived and how they obeyed or disobeyed the instructions in the land of promise, being under the covenant of the law. That's why in Nehemiah 9 it says, in thy kingdom they ain't do nothing. But we teach we supposed to do all what we supposed to did in our kingdom that our fathers did not do in another man's kingdom. That is foolishness. Nor is it the word of Yahweh. Nehemiah 10 tells us, if we pick up at the 28th verse, and it reads, and the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, the Nethiums, and all they that had separated themselves from the people of the lands. So we never gathered ourselves in front of them. We're going to separate ourselves from uncleanness if we begging for mercy, if we asking the Almighty to forgive us and save us. We can't stay there with the unclean. We got to move away. And we did. And guess where they moved away to? Their own land. In the book of Nehemiah, there's 13 chapters, and this book denotes Israel being back in their land after the Babylonian captivity, being reformed. That's what this whole book of Nehemiah represents. Nehemiah done asked the Almighty several times in this book to look upon my work, what I did in this land in your name, to restore your people in this land. So he is in the land restoring things. They are reestablishing the Sabbath, the Sabbatical year, all that in their land after they came out of the Babylonian captivity. Not in the time that they found themselves in Babylon. So you must read this according to time and place to get the true understanding of what was said and done. Thus, it continued to tell us again in the 28th verse, and the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, the Nithiums, all they that have separated themselves from the people of the lands and to the law, look what they separated themselves to, the law of Elohim, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, everyone having knowledge and having understanding. They cleave to their brethren, their nobles. And the Almighty told us in Jeremiah 30, when Israel come out of the Babylonian captivity, that their nobles would be of themselves. You can find that truth, Jeremiah 30. Well, here, they done came back. And look who is they nobles, as Yahweh said they would be. Thus it reads again in the 29th verse, they cleave to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in Elohim's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of Elohim, and to observe and to do what? All the commandment of Yahweh, our master, and his what? See, because here again, Israel, this is a proof. There is no way in the world you can be under the covenant of the law without the statutes and without the judgments. It's impossible. Especially when your Creator have demanded you, have commanded you to do all. There is no way in the world you can be under the covenant of the law without being under the statutes and without being under the judgments, which all the people I know that have taught many years that they are under the covenant of the law, they all say we are not sent here to judge. They all say we can't do that here. Well, the only reason you can't do that here is because you're not commanded to do any of it here. There is no law, part in the land and part in the captivity. The scripture says all was commanded to be done in the land that you possess. Thus, it continued to tell us in this 29th verse, well, I ended that, the 30th verse, it says, and that we would not give our daughters into the people of the land, not of the world, but the land that they possessed, nor take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring where? What land? The land of promise. We're dealing with the Sabbatical year. We're dealing with the year of rest. And what land out of all lands in the world had the statutes of rest? It was none other than the land that you inherit. It is none other than all your dwellings. Thus it reads in the 31st verse, and if the people of the land bring where or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day. The year of rest is holy. It is so holy that it got all the people to trust in what Yahweh has said. And if you trust in what Yahweh has said, you will be able and you will have, not just be able, you will have in your possession that which consists of the old store, meaning you will eat on what you had stocked up in those storehouses and in them barns. All that you have stocked up is what you will eat, and it will take care of the whole nation for a whole year. There is no reason in the world for you to be out on the Sabbatical year working, because Yahweh has chosen this. And this is how he see if our fathers truly trusted him. Because if they truly trusted him, nobody went to work. Nobody went out there and sowed the field. Because they knew in their trust in Yahweh, he will provide. And that storehouse would have been full. Well, today, this land is not under that. There is no storehouse, but we constantly teach that we under the covenant of the law. Without this great law, without these great instructions, but we under the covenant today. It tells us, Israel, in the 31st verse again, and if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave, listen to this, that we will leave the 7th year. The 7th year denotes the sabbatical year. It denotes, the 7 years actually denotes the sabbatical year, and it also includes the year of rest. And that year of rest, again, is none other than Jubilee. So it's telling us here in Nehemiah, the 10th chapter, the 31st verse, the 7th year and the extraction of every debt. So after this 7th year, all the debts was relinquished. You no longer owed your brother and sister nothing after this 7th year. If you was a slave, if you was a servant, a manservant or a maidservant, you was only to serve up to that time. After that, they had to let you go based on the justice of your Creator. Again, Israel was never meant to be in slavery perpetually as you find yourself today. It tells us, Israel, in the 32nd verse, also we made ordinances for us to charge ourselves yearly with the 3rd part of the shekel for the service of the house of our Elohim, for the shewbread, and for the continual meat offering, and for the continual burnt offering of the Sabbaths. For there have always been a continual meat offering and a continual burnt offering for all the Sabbaths, the weekly Sabbath and the Sabbaths that you find connected with the great feast days. And for the holy things, and for the sin offering to make an atonement for Israel. And when we get into this sabbatical year and Jubilee, you will find that's exactly what transpired after the sounding of the trumpet. There was a day of atonement. It continued to tell us in the 34th verse, and we cast the lots among the priests and the Levites and the people for the wood offering to bring it into the house of our Elohim after the houses of our fathers at times, appointed year by year to burn upon the altar of Yahweh our Elohim as it is written in the law. and to bring the first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of all the fruit of all trees, year by year, into the house of Yahweh. Also the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our herds and of our flock, to bring to the house of our Elohim, and to the priests that ministered in the house of our Elohim. And that we should bring the first fruits of our dough and of our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine and of oil, and to the priests, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim, and the tithes of our ground, and to the Levites, that the same Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our tillage. And the priests and the son of Aaron shall be with the Levites when the Levites take tithes. And the Levites shall bring up the tithes of the tithes into the house of our Elohim, to the chamber and to the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall bring offerings of the corn, of the new wine, and of the oil into the chambers, where are the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests that minister, and the porters, and the singers, and we will not forsake the house of our Elohim. So here, these things were being confessed. They made a covenant among themselves to do all that Yahweh has said in this great reform that Nehemiah is bringing to Jerusalem. And it also tells us, if we turn our scripture to the 13th chapter of Nehemiah, another place where Israel was continually encouraged to keep the Sabbatical year, the year of rest, and the seventh day rest, which is called the Sabbath. And we can find that truth in Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. And if we pick up in the 13th chapter, at the 14th verse, it reads, Nehemiah 13:4. It tells us, or 13 verse 14, should I have said, and it reads, remember me, O my Elohim. He ain't asking Yahweh to remember him for what he did in Babylon, nor in Persia. He says, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the offices thereof. In those days saw I in Yehuda some trending wine presses on the Sabbath, the seventh day, and bringing in sheaves and laden asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre, also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath, and to the children of Yehuda and in Jerusalem. Then I contend with the nobles of Yehuda, and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath? And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark, before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be open till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and sellers of all kinds of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice, as we read in Nehemiah 10:31. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you from that time forth. This is showing not only was they encouraged, but it shows us what it means by the word keep. It shows us how Israel was to keep and sanctify the Sabbath. For it tells us again in the 21st verse, then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. That's how you keep it. It says, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. He said, if you do again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath, because they realized that execution was going to be, punishment was going to be executed speedily. So it says they came no more on the Sabbath. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves. This is what it means to keep and sanctify. It says, and I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves and that they should come and keep. In your Hebrew concordance, the word keep is found under 8104 in your Strong's concordance. It also says, keep the gates to sanctify. Sanctify is found in your Hebrew concordance under 6942. So you have the definition of keep, 8104, and you have the definition of sanctify, 6942. Look them up. Because many of your brothers and sisters are teaching that they are keeping the Sabbath and they are sanctifying it. Well, according to these definitions, according to the work that Nehemiah and the Levites did, you are not doing this day. So it denotes that you are not keeping anything, nor have you made anything sanctified, because you have not the power nor the cleanness to do it. You find yourself in a polluted land. And this land is only polluted by one main thing, and that thing is your blood. And the Almighty said, the blood defiles the land. And the only way the land is going to be clean is by the blood, by the shedding of the blood of him that did the killing. So the blood defiles the land. And the Almighty justified that by killing him that shed the blood. It told us that not just under the covenant of the law. It told us that in the beginning. You can find that truth in Genesis, the 9th chapter. I think it's the 5th verse. So this land is truly polluted, and so are you, because you find yourself on it, and it is polluted with your blood. Thus, it tells us how Nehemiah and the priests kept the Sabbath and how they sanctified it. The 22nd verse will be the last verse I'll read, and it reads in this wise. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, oh my Elohim. He ain't asking Yahweh to remember him for doing something wrong. He asking Yahweh to remember him for doing something right in the land of promise under the covenant of the law. Thus he says, remember me, oh my Elohim, concerning this also. This is just one of the many reforms he did once he got back in the land. It says, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. So another testimony of encouragement to keep the Sabbath, the Sabbatical year, the year of rest. And there was regulations to this Sabbath, and the regulations can be found throughout the book, the Holy Scriptures. And one place that I would like to go to is Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. For in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, it tells us this. Even though it also tells us and allow us to know that the land was our whole dwelling, many people, based on tradition and how we were taught under tradition, have been taught that the dwellings that you find in Leviticus 23 denotes wherever you are at. And that is a terrible teaching from any man when you are supposed to show Israel the fulfillment of Abraham's vision. When you're supposed to show Israel how merciful Yahweh is by saving you out of a land that is not yours and by giving you your own land. Don't forget Israel. Our fathers became wanderers. Our fathers was wanderers because they walked with Yahweh. They didn't know where they were going. When the Almighty told them, come and follow me, walk with me, they didn't know where they were going until he spoke again and told them what exactly place they were going to. So our fathers were strangers wandering with Yahweh in the land of Canaan. All the way till Abraham's seed was established. And when I say Abraham's seed, I'm talking about the chosen seed. Abraham was the father of many seeds, but he was also the father of the chosen seed. And once the chosen seed was established and brought to fruition, as Yahweh said he would be, as the stars of heaven, as the sand of the seashore, they were visited and they were delivered and they were brought to their own land. And this would be their land forever. It tells us, Israel, according to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, it reads in the 3rd verse, 6 days shall work be done. And this instruction is not just dealing with the Sabbatical year. It is dealing with any Sabbath. All the Sabbaths denotes the same thing that denotes what was commentative of creation that is found in Genesis 2. So it tells us here in the 3rd verse of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, 6 days shall work be done. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. In holy convocation, ye shall restrain, or it reads, ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. And again, Israel, you must follow instruction. The Almighty was bringing Israel from one land to another. And in the middle, which was denoted as the wilderness, Yahweh made a covenant with Israel. And Yahweh commanded Israel to do all the words of this covenant in the land that you possess. And the land that Israel was possessed was none other than all their dwellings. He talking to a people that he just saved. He talking to a people that he just gave them their own land. The last time you know anything about them having their own land, it was of the Chaldees. That's why it says in Deuteronomy 26, when we made our offering to Yahweh, that's why we came and said our father was a Syrian. No, Israel. Our father was a Syrian. That's what it says. And where do that come from? Because his father, a land of nativity, was of of the Chaldees. Yahweh took Abraham out of his father's house and said, come walk with me. And he did. And when he walked with him, he made him a house. That's why today we don't say our father Tyree, which was Abraham's father. But we do say our father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because that's where Yahweh started with that man when he took him out of his father's house. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Exodus 20, dealing with more regulations, dealing with the Sabbatical year, the year of rest, and the seventh day rest. It tells us in Exodus, the 20th chapter, another regulation or another statute dealing with the Sabbatical year and the weekly or the seventh-day Sabbath. It tells us in Exodus, the 20th chapter, the 10th verse. And it reads, Exodus, the 20th chapter, the 10th verse. And it reads, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work. So that is a regulation. Restrain from work on the seventh day and on the Sabbatical year, the 49th year. Because the 49th year is the Sabbatical year. The 50th year is the year of Jubilee. Thus, it tells us one more time in the 10th verse, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor the cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. So there's another regulation. The first denoted, I used the Leviticus 23, work. The second one is denoting work of your animals, of your servants, of your children. Another regulation can be found if we turn our scripture to the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. And we will allow the people to see another regulation. First, we show work. We show the cattle. Now we're going to show a regulation dealing with business. All business was to cease. That was a regulation. And we can find that truth if we all turn to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, if we read the 21st and 22nd verse of Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. And it tells us in the 20th 21st and 22nd verse. And it reads, "Thus said Yahweh, take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day." And note, every time, as your brother explained it earlier, every time it denotes the 7th-day Sabbath, you will find the word Sabbath without a S. So it reads again in the 21st verse, "Thus said Yahweh, take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Neither carry forth a burden." These are the regulations, allowing us to know that all business was to cease. "Neither carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. Neither do ye any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers." But they obeyed not, neither inclined their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they might not hear, nor receive what? Instructions. "And it shall come to pass, if ye diligently hearken unto me, say Yahweh, to bring in no burden through the gate of this city on the Sabbath day, but hallow the Sabbath day, to do no work therein. Then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings and princesses, riding upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princesses, the men of Yehudah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and this city shall remain forever." Well, we know that the city did not remain forever, and we know why not. Because they forsook the 7th-day Sabbath, and they forsook the Sabbatical years. It tells us in the 27th verse, "But if ye will not hearken unto me, to hallow, to consecrate, to sanctify the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gate of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched." So that we gave the regulations, but I also continued on and gave you the punishment thereof for breaking these regulations. One more place I would like to go to is found in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. And this regulation is given for the stranger. Even though we've seen similarities mentioned in Exodus 20, I didn't want to use a lot out of Exodus 20 because I wanted to use that as to show the regulation for the animals. Well, I'm using Deuteronomy, which is another chapter that was reiterated in the 40th year of Israel wandering, and it denotes the same thing that Yahweh told Israel the first year, which you found in Exodus, the 20th chapter. So Deuteronomy 5 has all 10 commandments attached to it. Thus, let us turn to Deuteronomy 5, and let's read the 15th verse. Deuteronomy 5, we are showing another regulation dealing with the 7-day Sabbath and the Sabbatical year. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 15th verse. And it tells us in the 15th verse, I think I need to read the 14th with the 15th verse. And it reads, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ass, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. We are showing the regulation for the stranger that is within our gates, that were bought by our money, born in our house, and circumcised. It says, allowing us to know the regulation, not just for our sons, and not just for our daughters, not just for the manservant, not just for the maidservant, but for the ass, or nor just for the ox, but also for the stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may what? Rest as well as thou. And it is a regulation. And remember this regulation, that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. For what? What was the reason? It reads, therefore Yahweh thy Elohim commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day, according to all the regulations thereof. It also tells us, it allows us to know that the seventh year is designated as the Sabbatical Year, the year of rest. This seventh is repeated 7 times. As your brother stated earlier, 7 times 7 is 49. And the 49th year is the end of the Sabbatical year. The 50th year denotes the year of Jubilee. It tells us, dealing with the Sabbatical year and dealing with how the land was to rest, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 23rd chapter. We are continuing to read the different regulations for the 7-day Sabbath and the Sabbatical year. Thus, we are going to Exodus, the 23rd chapter. We have shown many laws thus far. But our motto is to show Israel that we have light on the matter by showing and proving it by way of the law and testimonies. So we will show testimonies before this presentation is over, but right now I am putting a lot of law out here to allow us to know if we were truly under the covenant of the law today, we will be under every word that our brother has read thus far. And we are to examine what we are reading today and compare it with our lives. And let's see, let's witness the truth together if Israel is under the covenant of the law or not. Because if they are, we are to do every word that I have read thus far. It tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Exodus, the 23rd chapter, and where I am taking you is the same place or the same things that Yahweh told Moses in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. He told Moses to send the people back to their tents. and you stay here and allow me to continue to give you the rest of the judgments, the statutes, the ordinances. Well, those statutes, those ordinances, they are found in Exodus, the 21st chapter, all the way to the end of the 23rd chapter. That is where you will find the other statutes and ordinances and judgments that Yahweh gave Moses when he told Moses in Deuteronomy the 5th chapter to tell the people to return into their tents. But you stay here and allow me to continue to give you the judgments, the statutes, the ordinances that they are to do in the land that they possess. And you will find those words in Exodus, the 21st chapter, to the end of Exodus, the 23rd chapter. So we just went to the statutes, and it tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, the 10th and 11th verse, allowing us to know that the land was to rest. And it tells us in Exodus 23, 10 and 11, and it reads, I will actually read to the 12th verse, and it reads, in 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and thou shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyards and with thy olive yards. 6 days. Please take note, because it started off 6 years, and then it came right back down to the 7th day. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thy ox and thy ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. It also tells us, if we continue to look in the book of the statutes, if we go back 2 books, let's go back, 2 chapters. Let's go and take a look at the 21st chapter of Exodus. And we will find in this statute the emancipated slave. It will allow us to know how long was the slave was to be in slavery among us, not just the stranger, even one of us. And it was never supposed to have been perpetually. That's why the sabbatical year is established. And that's also why the year of release, or many call the year of Jubilee, is established, to make sure that the children of Israel will never be a perpetual slave in their land. Not the world, but their land. And we can find this truth if we take a look at the 21st chapter of Exodus. And I would like to start at the very first verse, because these are instructions given to Israel based on the ordinances of Yahweh and his judgments. Thus it reads, now these are the judgments. Right after Exodus 20, the 21st chapter says, after you just received those 10 commandments, now these are the judgments. And when you search Exodus 21 completely, and all the way to Exodus 23, you will find 41 laws. And the only way I can tell you that, because I already studied it and did it. But once you search Exodus 21 to Exodus, the 23rd chapter, you will find 41 laws, which denotes the ordinances, and there was 41 laws. So let me read that again. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy, please take note, an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. Meaning, he didn't need somebody to redeem him. He didn't have to have an uncle or a brother or somebody that had some money that could redeem him out of his servitude. If he owed it another $100, well, he wouldn't have worked another year. He wouldn't have worked another 6 months. He would have been set free without paying anything. Where they do that at today? You ain't doing that today. They're going to make you work all the way until it's up. Not so when you deal with justice and when you deal with the Elohim of judgment. Thus it tells us in the 3rd verse, if he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself after 6 years. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. Well, today, and how it was over here dealing with this land, not being under the covenant of the law, not being under the Sabbatical year, here it wasn't like that. We will find ourselves slaves on one plantation, and we might have came with our wife. We might have came with our children. And the master was so unjust that he will sell your wife to another master or another plantation. He will sell your son and daughter to 2 different plantations. And that was never law under the Creator. But we don't find ourselves under the Creator law today, nor do we find ourselves in his land. We find ourselves in the land of the enemies, under the rule of the rod of man and the stripes of the sons of man. And it denotes not justice nor judgment. We are reading justice and judgment. And this justice and this judgment tells us in the 4th verse, if his master have given him a wife, and she had borne him sons or daughters, the wife and the children shall be her master, because the man came in by himself. The master gave you that. So when your job or your duty is up, you leave by yourself. You don't take what the master gave you. Let's keep reading. It says, in the last sentence of the 4th verse, and he shall go out by himself. The 5th verse reads, if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. And today's time, you've seen many slaves worked for themselves to get out of that particular situation, and then they tried to work to get their wife out of that situation, or children. It tells us in the 6th verse, after the man stated, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him into the judge. And please take note, these masters that we're reading about in Exodus 21 is not the white man. These masters is your brothers in the land of promise under the covenant of the law. Thus it reads, then his master shall bring him into the judges, and he shall also bring him to the door or into the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an oar, and he shall serve him forever. And it make me think how I look at my brothers today, even though these words do not denote us in another man's land, but I just look at the words and look at our brothers and how the enemy has betrayed us. And a lot of time we see today, even in our babies, they putting the earrings in our babies, even to today. But in that sense, as what we just read, being in the enemy's land, that would denote that we are under servitude forever. All those pretty earrings you're wearing and the diamond earring all in the man ear, all that would denote is that you are a servant today here forever. And the Almighty is not speaking about us here. What we just read was us in the land of promise under the covenant of the law. And it showed that we was under the covenant of the law because when the slave said or the servant said, well, I don't want to go out free. I'd rather stay with you, master, with my wife and children. Well, he didn't say, well, all right, just sign the paper. No, we're dealing with justice. We're dealing with equality. Yahweh got laws here, how to treat the servant. So what did they do? They had to take it to the judge. They had to take it to the justice center. This judge was found in the place that Yahweh placed his name. So they had to take it to the judge to make sure Israel know the deal. Other than that, somebody might ran up on that man and ready to kill that man because he had mistreated the servant. Thus it reads in the 7th verse, and if a man sell his daughter to be a manservant, she shall not go out as the men servant do, if she please not her master, who have betrothed her. He done married this woman, not like in our captivity. They wasn't marrying our women. Why? That's like they say, why go to United Dairy Farm to buy some milk when you got a cow in the house? So you think they married our women when they already had the cow in the house? They milked that woman as much as they wanted to milk her, and when they got tired of her, she was back with the rest of the people. They wasn't marrying our women, but they don't deal with justice. They don't deal with judgment. We do. And when I say we, I'm talking about our Creator and our fathers. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, if she please not her master, who have betrothed, who have engaged her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. Meaning, if I was her brother or uncle, she owed it up, say $1,000 of work, I could have redeemed her. I could have gave that master $1,000 and he would have released that sister. That's what redeem is. It tells us, let her be redeemed. To sell her into a strange nation, he shall not. He shall have no power. Seeing he hath dealt deceitfully with her. The Almighty is looking at the equity of this. He is looking at the fairness of this. And if he hath betrothed her into his son. If I had a slave woman or a maid or a, how is it said, a maid servant, and I thought she was beautiful, smart, a great helpmate for my son, I could have used her and married her to my son. That is what you're about to read. And a lot of people have applied this to themselves. But you must read this and explain this according to time and place. This ain't talking about just a woman you found on the street. This is actually talking about a maid servant that I have taken for myself, or I might have even taken her for my son. And that is the scenario that we are reading. Thus, it reads again in the 9th verse. And if he had betrothed her, betrothed means engaged. And if he had betrothed her into his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of a daughter. Your daughter-in-law, that's the manner you will deal with her. As the father, not as the husband. The 10th verse reads, if he take him another wife, who take another wife? The son. If my son take another wife, after I have given him this maidservant to be his wife, the rules, the ordinances, the law is her food, her raiment, her clothing, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. What is the regulations? What is the ordinance? What is the law? The law is, if your father already gave you a wife or a woman and engaged her to you, but you take another wife, because you could. This ain't nothing against the law. When you see it against the law, stop me. We are reading ordinances. So these ordinances allow us to know that our fathers had more than one wife, and they could take more than one wife. If not, you wouldn't have this law here saying in the 10th verse, if he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. So what this is saying is, once you took this woman and you desire to take another one, you must be fair with the one you took at first. I am the Elohim of judgment, and I am giving you the ordinance of fairness. Now, you want another woman, and I don't know why you chose her, but that's yours. That's your reason why you chose her. But the Almighty ain't concerning he's not concerning with the man reason why he chose another. He just want to make sure the man, his servant, know that you better not treat that woman no less than you was treating her before you got this other woman. And a lot of times that's what happened. The other woman, the first woman, might have got older. She might have been the wife of your youth, and you were just crazy about her. Now you that 10 and 20 years in, and here you go, got a young woman. Might look a little better than the first, because the first is much older now. Her body might not be the same. Her help, her favor, all that might not be the same. Well, the Almighty said, well, that's cool with you. Or he said, that's good. But I bet not find you treating this other woman less than what you was treating her before you picked up this new one. That is the law. And it reads, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. So I would tell a man today, if you was in that land, you better get you some mandrake or something like that, which was aphrodisiac, because you got to keep up with both women. You ain't allowed to let the first woman sit at home, go to sleep every night by herself without any type of sexual contact or anything like that because you spending all that time and energy on the new girl. No, not according to the law. And that is done every day. And I understand why it's done every day, because you ain't under the law. But if you was under the law, you will be in violation of the law if you treated that first woman any less than you treated her before you got this second one. And then it reads, and if he do not these three into her, guess what? She out of there. For it reads, then she shall go out free without money. And free without money means without a redemption money, without a redemption check, without somebody redeeming her. She get to go out free because the man did not do right by her. And please take note who the her is, who the man is, and what he did not do. And please mind yourself that Israel was commanded to do these things in the land of promise, and Israel was under the covenant of the law as we read these things today. They under the law, not us. So this do not apply to us. I don't want no brother or sister jumping on this and say, well, right here it says. No, that it does say that. And it says that dealing with the ordinances that was given to the children of Israel that found themselves under the covenant of the law going in the land of promise. It does not say this is for anybody that read it. It also tells us if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy. Let's turn our scripture to Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter. If we start at the very first verse, it tells us, Israel, at the end of every 7 years, thou shalt make a release. And see, why we're bringing this out is to teach the law of the Sabbatical year. It's also to allow us to know that Israel was not just under the 7-day Sabbath, but they were also under the 7-year Sabbath. So if you teach today that we are under the Sabbath, then you must teach we under the sabbatical year. You must teach it, because the sabbatical year is commemorated from Genesis 2, from creation, and it is transformed from the Sabbath year to not just be on the people, but on this great land that Yahweh gave you. So if you truly under the Sabbath, you must be under the sabbatical year. You must. But you ain't. So don't even worry yourself, because this truth going to set you free. It says in the 15th chapter, the very first verse again, at the end of every 7 years, thou shalt make a release. And this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lends out into his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called Yahweh's release. Of a foreigner, thou mayest exact it again. You can put it on a foreigner again, but you can't do that against Yahweh's people. But that which is thine with thy brother, thy hand shall be released. Save when there shall be no poor among you, For Yahweh shall greatly bless thee in the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance to possess it. Only if thou carefully hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day. For Yahweh thy Elohim has blessed thee as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend into many nations. That's what happened when you're blessed. But today, we're not lending anything. We are the borrowers. We are the ones that find ourselves in the welfare lines and things like that, looking for a handout. But it reads, but thou shalt not borrow, and thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. And if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother, but thou shalt open thy hand wide unto him, and thou shalt surely lend him significance for his need. And please take note, significance. Not a bag lunch, not something that I don't even like and I don't eat. That ain't helping him. Nor is that the ordinances or the statutes for taking care of the poor. In the land of promise, that is. You can't mix apples and oranges. We are teaching according to time and place. So this is in the time that Israel is under the covenant of the law, and these things are directed to Israel to do in a particular place. And that place was called the land of promise. It tells us one more time in the 8th verse, because a lot of people skip over this and hurry up and say they taking care of the poor, not according to the word of Yah, you're not. You're doing it according to your own heart and whatever been taught to you based on tradition. You're not doing it based on this, because if you were doing it based on this, you would have to find yourself in your land, Israel, taking care of the poor, not taking care of the poor among the poor. It reads, Israel, that you was to lend him significant for his need and that which he want. He didn't ask for no bag of chips and a sandwich. And many of you know they didn't ask, but that's what you gave them. Well, and you still saying you keeping the law. How foolish are you? It tells us in the 9th verse, beware that there be not thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and thy eye be evil against the poor, against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not, and he cried unto Yahweh, and many of them done cried, because y'all took their tithes, because y'all took their offerings, because y'all took their hard-earned work money from them by way of lying to them about tithes and offerings. And they done cried out, because many of them wasn't able to pay their bills. Many of them had to go without because they fed you, Murray, and the preacher and the Kohen. So you think they didn't cry out? You think Yahweh don't know that you robbed his people? You think Yahweh don't know that you're oppressing his people? As the proverb says, man, it slipped my mind, but it speaks about the poor oppressing the poor. It is like a sweeping rain that leaveth no food. And that's what happens with us. See, we reading what happened with our fathers, but we represent the poor oppressing the poor. And it is like a flood that leaveth no food. We both gonna wind up starving. We both gonna wind up hungry just because of your evil oppression. It tells us, but what I want you to fear most is the cry of those that you have robbed. That's what you need to fear most. Because if Yahweh hear it, guess what's going to happen to you? are your children. It says again, Israel, in the 9th verse, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and thy eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thy give him not, and he cry unto Yahweh Elohim against thee, and it be sin into thee. Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou give into him. And a lot of times, even though these people give, that don't mean they really wanted you to have it. Many times you are given things and their heart is grieved against you. Even your jobs, that ain't dealing with your brother, but I'm just saying a lot of things are given to you here. And these white people giving it to you, and they do not want you to have it. You got to get it based on the NAACP, based on equal rights and all that. That's why we gave it to you. The scriptures say a man get forced against his will, same opinion still. So even though you forced this man to give these black people a job and things, that ain't what he want. He ain't give you that with love and hope that you succeed. He give it to you based on what's going on in the society. And the Almighty spoke about those same things with our people. And we were not to give anything to the poor despitefully or not really wanting them to have it. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land. Not wherever you at, Israel. I know it look nice. I know you're using it to try to get yourself some credit, but you will never get any credit outside the word of Yah. Yahweh said, in thy land. The 12th verse reads, and if thy brother, an Hebrew man, or an Hebrew woman, be sold unto thee, and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou send him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. He done served you. Now make sure he got something to get on with. And even here in America, they do that a lot of times. When you coming out the penitentiary, they done had you locked up for 5 years, 10 years, 15 and 20 years. Well, what they try to do is, in consideration that we done had this joker work for us 10 and 15 and 20 years in this system, we're going to send him home with a couple $100. And that's what they give you. It don't be a lot. But they're going to send you away with something. You usually get a little couple $, and they so stupid with it, they'll give you a check knowing you ain't been in the system in 20 years, you ain't got nowhere to cash a check, but that's how they do you. They still gave you a little something when they let you out the prison house. And I just used that based on what our fathers was to do. We were not to allow that person to leave without something. Thus it reads again in the 13th verse, and when thou send him out from thee, free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt finish him, or thou shalt furnish him liberally, out of thy flock, out of thy floor, and out of thy wine presses, of that wherewith Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in the land of Egypt. That's why these things are ministrated into you. because he didn't want you to ever find yourself in the situation that he just saved you from. Unfortunately, we find ourselves back in that situation. It continues to read, again in the 15th verse, and thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in the land of Egypt, and Yahweh thy Elohim redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today. It also tells us that there was a punishment. There was a punishment for not keeping the Sabbatical year. And we can find this punishment also in the book of the law if we all turn our holy scriptures to Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And the first thing I would love to note is what is written in the th to the 15th verse of Leviticus 26, because we are teaching time and place. And in this teaching of time and place, it will allow us to know if these things happen or not. It will allow us to know who is Yahweh actually speaking to. So we, in our study, make sure we allow the people to know, according to time and place, who Yahweh is talking to and where is this place he's talking about. So let's start this chapter off by reading the 13th to the 15th verse to let everyone know how these curses fell on these people and why these curses fell on these people and what did these people do. That way we can make a distinction between them and us today. So it tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 13th verse, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be their bondsmen. Well, we bondsmen again. So he ain't talking to us. He was talking to somebody else. Well, let's read. It says, and I have broken the band of your yoke, where the yoke is on us, so he can't be talking to us. It says, I have broken the bands of your yoke and made you go upright. When they went upright, they was called Yasharon in the wilderness. But if ye will not hearken unto me, he talking to Yasharon. He talking to those people that was free and that was upright, it says. But if ye will not hearken unto me and will not do all, not some, not the best you can, the condition is all these commandments. And if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my commandment. How is Yahweh covenant is broken? Is not Yahweh covenant broken if the children of Israel did not do all? Absolutely. So I wanted you to see how these people was not cursed. They was free. They were called Yasharon, upright. They were under the covenant of the law. And the Almighty gave them a condition. And he said, but if you will not hearken unto me, and if you despise my statutes, and your soul abhor my judgments, that ye will not do all my commandments, and you break, but it reads, but that ye break my covenant, then all these things will befall you. And these things that we're about to show, at least one of them, denotes Israel breaking the covenant, breaking the law, dealing with the sabbatical year, the year of rest. Thus, it tells us, if we turn to the 34th verse, I'll start at the 33, in case you can't connect the dots, in case you can't see right after what you read in the 14th and 15th verse, it came to pass, according to the 33rd verse. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 33rd verse, it reads, and I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then, for there is a time for everything under the sun. Ecclesiastes said there's a time and a season for everything under the sun. And we teach time and place. Well, let's teach. For it says, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths. Please take note. Sabbaths. Not just the weekly Sabbath, but all the Sabbaths, which also include the sabbatical year, the year of rest. And it reads, and before I read it, let me tell you one more time. The sabbatical year denoted 364 years, or at least 65 days. You timed that 7 times 7 gave you 49 years. Well, according to the 34th verse, it reads, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lie desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land. What is the purpose of you being in your enemy land? Where you can't work the land no more, where you can't be disobedient against the sabbatical year, nor the weekly Sabbath or the 7-day Sabbath. It reads, even then shall the land rest and enjoy, not just keep, but enjoy her Sabbath. The 35th verse reads, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest. Then what do you mean by this? What is you telling us today? It reads, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths. Did you get that? It read that the land did not rest, not just in your weekly Sabbath, but all your Sabbaths. The word Sabbath is with an S, which denotes the Sabbaths and your feast days. It denotes the weekly Sabbath. It denotes this yearly Sabbath. All the Sabbaths. And the Almighty is not a liar. He accused our fathers, and I guarantee they did it. He ain't never lied on our fathers. So everything he said our fathers did wrong, they did it wrong. Thus, it reads again in the 35th verse, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest. Because, Israel, it did not rest in your Sabbaths, when ye dwelt upon it. So you teaching Yahweh punished Israel for not keeping every word of the Sabbath in his land when they was in safety. And he punished them by allowing them, no, not allowing, by commanding them to keep the Sabbath in the land of their enemies. That is not foolishness. I don't know what foolishness is. Where is the punishment, Israel? You think he punished Israel by allowing them to keep it in the enemy's land? Absolutely not. He punished them by them being in the enemy's land, not being able to keep the Sabbath. And you say, well, how you know that? Because the enemy going to work you 7 days a week like he did until later on in retrospect they gave a law, freedom of religion and things like that. Now, and it wasn't just for Israel. It wasn't even made for Israel. It was made for the other nations in this great melting pot. So you were included. So now you might be able to keep the Sabbath as you think you are doing. If you can, for those that was working, many of us don't work anyway, so you didn't have to worry about the boss anyway. But for those that are working, they always had to consider their master. They always had to have their fingers crossed and praying, hoping that their master will allow them to be off on Saturday. And when that money came in, even though he said to you when you first hired you, yeah, I can do that. Oh, yeah. Y'all want to say, serve your God? Yeah, I can do that. But when that money is called, and then he come to you with this mandatory working on Saturday, guess what? He forgot everything he said. And he did it because he ain't running nothing. Yahweh said you're going to be in that enemy's land and you're going to not be keeping the Sabbath, and that's exactly what's going to happen. I don't care how delusional you may become, thinking that you are keeping the Sabbath in this man's land. The Almighty going to prove without a shadow of a doubt that you are not, because he said you will not. Thus, it reads in the 43rd chapter, if we look there for a second. And it tells us, in concluding what will happen to Israel for breaking the Sabbath, for breaking the sabbatical year, it tells us again in the 43rd verse, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate. Why is she desolate? Because you ain't there without them. And they, it don't say and they will keep the Sabbath in the enemy's land, but it does say they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity. And what is the punishment of their iniquity? You not being under the Sabbath no more. You finding yourself in the enemy's land, working from sun up to sundown, all 7 days. And if that ain't truth, then you are a liar. Because all you got to do is look at the first 200 years of us being here, and that's exactly what happened. Worked it every day, from sun up to sundown, every day. But you said we're keeping the Sabbath. It also says, and let me read it one more time, in the 43rd verse, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate without you. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhor my statutes. So you teaching somebody that despised Yahweh judgments and abhorred his statutes, he commanded them to keep the covenant of the law and the Sabbath in captivity. That is foolishness. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, dealing with the spiritual significance, the punishment, and all that related to this great year, this great sabbatical year, and the great Sabbath, or the 7-day Sabbath. For it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, we turn there, please. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, the same words that we just read in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And I have been asked, brother, and I think I'm being asked because the other people don't know, but I have been asked just this week, brother, is Leviticus 26 speaking about a particular captivity? And the answer is, in all actuality, it is. But the words for breaking the covenant, the punishment for breaking the covenant still can befall you. But in its totality, can you show me where it befell the people just verbatim, word for word? And I answered the people, and I said yes. And I told them where these words were fulfilled, and it was fulfilled on our fathers that broke the covenant, that abhorred his statutes, that threw his judgment behind their back before they entered into the land of Babylon. For Babylon was their destination. And they say, you got to be kidding. You just put Yahweh in a box. Let's see, did your brother put Yahweh in a box, or did he reveal truth? Let's turn our scriptures to 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And mind you, in 2 Chronicles, the 6th chapter and the 7th chapter, you will find the great prayer of King Solomon. And this great prayer of King Solomon includes that if Israel found themselves in enemy land, that if they prayed toward this house, if they prayed toward this city, if they prayed toward this land and called upon his name that he had put in his house, hear them and save them, or hear them in their cause and forgive them. And Yahweh said, all that you have asked, I will do. Only if you keep all that I have commanded you. So it was a condition to that prayer. We are a recipient or a witness that the conditions of that prayer did not stand. If not, what are we doing here? If the conditions of that prayer stood today, we wouldn't be here. And if we were here, all we would have had to do is pray. But what really proves that the condition of that covenant does not stand today is what Solomon, being the king, said to Yahweh. And Yahweh confirmed it by saying that a son of David will always be on the throne. Is there a son of David on the throne today, Israel? Absolutely not. Is there a house today that Yahweh got his name in? Absolutely not. Is there a city today that Yahweh command you to pray to? Absolutely not. Based on the condition. Because Yahweh said to Solomon, yes, I will answer your prayer, son, as long as you keep these conditions. Because if you don't, I will cast this house out of my sight, this city, the people. But you still praying to a place that Yahweh done cast out of his sight. And you can't say, well, it's forever. It's not forever. Did you read what it says? That ain't the first house. That ain't the first house Yahweh placed his name in. That ain't the first house Yahweh cast out of your sight. What is the first house? It was called Shiloh, Israel. That was the first house that he did all these things to. Now the second house is the house that Solomon built. And Solomon prayed for these things. And the Almighty said, I got you, son. All that you ask, I'm going to answer, as long as you keep these conditions. If you don't keep these conditions, the people are going to say, what happened to these people? What happened to this house? What happened to this land? And they're going to answer, they forsook Yahweh. They did not keep the conditions thereof. And I just wanted to tell you that because many people that teach on Leviticus 26, they connecting 2 Chronicles 6, and I think it's 33 to 35, and they connecting 2 Chronicles 7 and 14. Well, I'm using all of the 2 Chronicles. I'm using the whole book of 2 Chronicles. From the first chapter, if you would like to go there, all the way to the last chapter, which is the chapter I asked you to turn to. 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. So I'm using the whole book of 2 Chronicles to prove that Leviticus, the 26th chapter, was actually talking about a particular captivity that the children of Israel will find themselves in if they broke his covenant. Thus, it reads in 2 Chronicles. I'll start at the 13th verse. And it reads, and he also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by Elohim that he stiffened his neck and hardened his heart from turning from Yahweh Elohim of Israel. Moreover, all the chiefs of the priests and the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathens, and polluted the house of Yahweh, which he had hallowed in Jerusalem. And Yahweh Elohim of their fathers sent to them by his messengers, rising up betime, early, and sending, because he had compassion on his people. So he was showing compassion when he sent the prophet to tell you to return. But they teach, no, he's going to have the passion while you here. That is backwards. That's why you ain't getting no answer, because you're teaching backwards. If you was teaching as it is written, and it was done as it was written, guess what? You would have been had an answer. But today, you have not received an answer. As long as you've been in this walk, you have not received an answer yet, because you are doing it backwards. It says again in the 15th verse, and Yahweh Elohim of their fathers sent to them by his messengers, rising up betime, early, and sending, because he had compassion on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messenger, as they're going to mock this lesson. They mocked the messenger of Elohim and despised his words. Even though we show verse, chapter and verse every time, many people have despised these words. But they ain't our words. This ain't nothing new. The people murmured against Aaron and Moses throughout the wilderness for 40 years. This ain't nothing new. It comes with the territory. That's what the rebellious, that's how the rebellious respond. Thus it reads. And despised his words and misused his prophets until the wrath of Yahweh rose against his people, till there was no remedy. Well, if you read Leviticus, the 26th chapter again, from the 15th verse to the 46th verse, you will see that they had no remedy, and Yahweh brought all those things upon them. Well, that's the same thing we're reading here. But let's keep reading. For the 17th verse reads, therefore he brought upon them the king of the Chaldees, who slew their young men. And I guarantee you, if you go back in Leviticus, you're going to see, Leviticus 26, you're going to see all this. Who slew their young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion on the young man, or the maiden, the old man, or him that stooped for age. He gave them all into his hand, and all the vessels of the house of Elohim, great and small, and the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king, and of his princes, all these he brought to Babylon. And they burnt the house of Elohim. So you can't pray there today. That's why I took you and expound on 2 Chronicles 6 and 7. And then I said I'm going to use the whole book of 2 Chronicles to prove without a shadow of a doubt that Leviticus 26 denoted a particular captivity. It denoted a particular time of the children of Israel abhorring Yahweh, because Leviticus is found in the book of Leviticus, which denote Israel being in the wilderness. Well, what I am reading denotes over 500 years later, because in 1 Kings, the 6th chapter, it tells us that Solomon built the temple 480 years after the children of Israel came out of Egypt. So these things that is mentioned in the book of Leviticus while Israel was in the wilderness actually did not befall the people for over 500 years. We just read in the book of 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, the 16th verse, that they despised his words, they misused his prophets, until the wrath of Yahweh rose against his people, till there was no remedy. So all these things are put together all the way to the last day. This is the day that there was no remedy. Thus, Yahweh bring Leviticus 26 upon them. And you still waiting on me to prove it. Well, let's read the next verse. The next verse should have been the 18th verse. And it reads, and all the vessels of the house of Elohim, great and small, and the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king and his princes, all these he brought to Babylon. And they burnt the house of Elohim, and break down the walls of Jerusalem. So you're not praying to that house. It ain't there. And burnt all the palaces thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof. And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, where they were servants to him. What? Now, how are you going to be a servant to two masters? You only can be a servant to one master at a time. Well, the Almighty have given you into the hands of the enemy, and you are serving him as it is written. It reads, and them, the 20th verse of 2 Chronicles 36, and them that had escaped from the sword carried him away to Babylon, where they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. Why? Why, Yahweh? Could it be that you can execute Leviticus 26 upon them? Let's read. It says, to fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths. For as long as she lied desolate, she kept the Sabbath to fulfill 60 years. And if that is not enough proof, I don't know how to prove it to you. Because if you hold that page, go back to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and reread the 34th verse, the 35th verse, and the 43rd verse, and it will prove without a shadow of a doubt that these things befell those people that went into Babylon. Word for word, verbatim, Israel. Is this not verbatim? Then, reading from the 34th verse of the 26th chapter of Leviticus, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lie desolate, and ye shall be in your enemy land. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. As long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbath when ye dwelt upon it. The 43rd verse reads, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity. Why? Even because they despise my judgments, and because they sold or hoard my statutes. Now you turn back to 2 Chronicles 36 and read the 21st verse, and you tell me that ain't verbatim. You tell me that ain't denoting this particular captivity. This is 500 years later. Well, 500 years before, it said that they will be in the enemy's land while the land enjoys Sabbath. Well, when did that happen? Was that not in the Babylonian captivity? Yes, it was, according to time and place. One more place that I would like to go to real quick, and it is dealing with the actual Jubilee. Let us turn our scriptures back to the law, to the book of Leviticus, the 25th chapter. We can prove these things and show these things every day, all day, because they're written. And all you got to do is witness it as it is written. It's easy. It tells us in Leviticus, the 25th chapter. And this is a chapter dealing with Jubilee. And I would like to read a few notes to give us a upper hand on what we're about to read. And it'll give us a better understanding of all the units that we find in this great chapter. Because this great chapter denotes, as I stated earlier, dealing with the sabbatical year. It deals with proper observance. It deals with freeing the slave. It deals with counseling of all debt. All that is written in these verses. And you will find 55 verses in Leviticus, the 25th chapter. So let's read. But before I read, I would like to read this note. And take the note, consider the note as we read the 25th chapter. But the note that I would like to give is, according to Leviticus, the 25th chapter, the 1st to the 51st verse, is the provision of this chapter, which prevents overworking the land. It calls for regular land restitution and forbid perpetual servitude. These actions may have been intended to eliminate poverty. That's why I took you to Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter, the 4th and 5th verse. Years are divided into groups of sevens, with the 7 designated as the sabbatical year, the year of rest. In that year, no farming was to be done. Debts among the Israelites were to be counseled, and indentured servants were to be set free. This cycle was to repeat itself 7 times, for 7 times 7 is 49. for a total of 49 years. The 50th year, what we're about to read in a minute, the 50th year was set aside as the year of Jubilee. The regulations for the year of Jubilee was identical to those of the sabbatical year, with one exception, and we're going to teach that exception. In the year of Jubilee, all real estate, except that within walled cities, automatically reverted to the family to which it had originally been assigned. These things were not proposed merely as sound social legislation, for each one had a specific theological cause as well. Servants were to be released in the year of Jubilee because Yahweh had rescued the Israelites from Egypt, and they were all his servants. The land was to be redeemed regularly because it actually belonged to Elohim, not Israel. Yahweh gave you that land. That land has always been his. It says, and not Israel. And I'll just end on that note, and I would like to start reading from Leviticus, the 25th chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto Yahweh. 6 years thou shalt sow thy seed, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest, a high Sabbath, and to the land a Sabbath for Yahweh. Thou shalt neither sow thy field, nor prune thy vineyard. That which grows of its own accord, and of thy harvest thou shalt not weep, neither gather the grapes of thy vineyard, thy vine undressed. For it is, please take note, a year of rest into the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be meat for you, for thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for the stranger that sojourn with thee, and for thy cattle, and for the beasts that are in thy land, not wherever you at, but in thy land shall all the increase thereof be meat. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years into thee. 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be into thee 49 years. Then shall thou cause the trumpet. And this trumpet denotes how this sabbatical year and the Jubilee was introduced. That's how it was introduced to the people, by the sounding of the trumpet. And it tells us, then shall thou cause the trumpet of Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th moon. In the day of atoning shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And we got people saying, well, we need to make trumpets. We need to make that sound. Why? It said where you're supposed to make the sound at. Not in your land, not in the land of your captives. It tells us in the 10th verse, and ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land, even to all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee, which have never been perpetrated in the land of America. And to you, and ye shall return every man into his possession, and ye shall return every man to his family. Let me stop right here and let me interject something real quick. For it just told us that according to the 10th verse, that and ye shall return every man to his possession, and ye shall return every man to his family. Well, what about if you don't remember? What about if you don't remember your family? Well, the scriptures, by way of law, have always kept that in check. We just read a couple places just by using wisdom, where it told us not to remove our father's landmark. Well, those things are also spoken in the law. If I can just have you hold your page, and let me just interject this one law right quick to allow us to know that these things is not new. This has always been Yahweh's will. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 19th chapter, you don't have to turn here, just write it down, because I'm going right back, and we don't have a lot of time. So in Deuteronomy, the 19th chapter, it tells us I am looking for a particular verse, and I can't see it right now. But that's why, because I'm in the 18th chapter. Excuse me, I said the 19th chapter. The 19th chapter, and I would like to read from the 19th chapter, the 14th verse, and it reads: "Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark." That landmark denotes his house. That landmark denotes his family. That landmark denotes the gate of all the gates of the children of Israel. It denotes his gates. So it tells us, as we were reading in Leviticus 25, I just wanted to interject this law to let us know that these things are not new. This have always been the will of Yah. It says, "Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old times have set in thy inheritance, which thou shalt inherit in the land that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee to possess it." So we can show throughout the entire Holy Scripture, by law and testimony, that we truly have light on this matter, and that this has always been the will of Yah. And if you are under the covenant of the law, you are actually under the sabbatical law, just like you would be under the Sabbath law. But you are not. It tells us again in Leviticus, the 25th chapter, and I would like to pick up at the 12th verse, "For it is the Jubilee. It shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. In the year of this Jubilee, ye shall return every man into his possession. It allows us to know you're being released. And if thou sell aught into thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor's land, or thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according to the number of years of the fruits he shall sell unto you. So if you only got a few years left, that fruit is not going to cost as much because of the time that you have left. If you had bought that fruit earlier in the first year and you still had 6 years to go, it probably cost. But when it got down to closer and closer to the 6th year, the cheaper it was. Why? Because I'm going to have to wind up giving it back to you anyway. I got to release you from your debt. So it tells us in the 15th verse again, according to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according to the number of years of the fruits he shall sell unto thee. According to the multitude of years thou shalt increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years thou shalt diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruits does he sell unto thee. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy Elohim, for I am Yahweh your Elohim. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety. Where did we read that at? And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. And if ye shall say, what shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in or increase. Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, just like the 6th day of the seventh day Sabbath. The 6th day was supposed to have been a double portion for Israel, where they wouldn't have to go out and try to find something to eat on the 7th day. So be it with this sabbatical year. And with these laws, the 6th year, Yahweh was going to make sure you had enough to take you through that whole year. And I'm talking about the whole nation. Thus it reads. I think I left off at the the 21st verse. Thus it reads again in the 21st verse, then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year. Until her fruit comes in, ye shall eat of the old store. And the land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. For ye are strangers and sojourners with me. How about that, Israel? And all the land of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption for the land, because the land belongs to Yah. If thy brother be waxen poor, and have sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. Like, get it back. Because Yahweh said, don't never remove the landmark of your father or your family. So he's saying, when the time to redeem it, make sure you buy that back. And if the man have done And if the man have none to redeem it, and himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man to whom he sold it, that he may return into his possession. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the land of him that have bought it until the year of Jubilee. Because Yahweh is not making an exception. He said don't remove the landmark. He said that this is your inheritance, all of your dwellings forever, so you're going to always get that back. It can never be sold forever. Thus it reads, until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, mean without price. And he shall return into his possession. And if a man sell a dwelling house, please take note of the terminology. Leviticus 23 says in all your dwellings. Well, here it talk about a dwelling house, and we are only in Leviticus 25. Thus it reads in the 29th verse, and if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that bought it throughout his generation. It shall not go out in the year of Jubilee, just because it was up for redemption. But nobody came to redeem it in that full year. So eventually they left it. They don't care about it. So the Almighty said, well, the man that bought it, he can keep that. But you got to make sure you give that man who sold it to you a whole year chance to redeem that for himself. Let's continue to read. It tells us in the 30th verse, and if it be not, the 31st verse, it says, but the houses of the villages which have no walls around about them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. Notwithstanding, the cities of the Levites and the houses of the cities of their possession may the Levites redeem at any time. And if a man worship of the Levites, then the house that was sold in the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession among the children of Israel. But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if thy brother be waxing poor and falling in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him. Though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Take thy no usury of him or increase, but fear thy Elohim, that thy brother may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him thy money upon usury, nor lend him thy victuals for increase. I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your Elohim. And if thy brother that dwell by thee be waxing poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel, thou shalt not force him to serve as a bondservant. but as an hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with thee, and shall serve thee into the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family, and into the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy Elohim. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondsmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, the children of the strangers that sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begot in your land, and they shall be your possession. And we read something similar to that in Exodus the 21st chapter. The 46th verse reads, and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. And I'm going to show you they totally disagree. And if a sojourner or stranger wax rich by thee, and thy brother that dwell by him wax poor, and sell himself into the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren, you or I, may redeem him. Neither either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is nigh kin unto him of his family may redeem him. Or if he be able, he may redeem himself. And he shall reckon with him that brought him from the year that he was sold to him into the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according unto the number of years, according to the time of an hired servant shall it be with him. If there be yet many years behind, according unto them, he shall give again the price of his redemption out of the money that he was brought for. And if there remain but few years into the year of Jubilee, then he shall count unto him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. And as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in thy sight. And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. The 55th verse, the last verse says, for unto me the children of Israel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And all that he said, I am the one that brought you out of Egypt. And I brought you into this land to be fair. I brought you into this land to no longer be a slave perpetually. I brought you in this land to execute justice and peace and love and righteousness among all your brothers and your sisters. But we know it went in one ear and came out the other. We also know, according to Nehemiah, the 5th chapter. If we turn there, please. I would like to read that, and then I would like to, I guess I'll go ahead and end this presentation by reading 2 testimonies. But before we read the testimony, I would like to go back to the book of Nehemiah, because they refused. They didn't hearken to these words. And it tells us in Nehemiah, after they came out of the Babylonian captivity, that they had to reform this great sabbatical year. They had to reform this great 50th year that denoted the Jubilee. For it tells us in Nehemiah, the 5th chapter, we turn there real quick. And it tells us in Nehemiah, the 5th chapter, these great words. If we pick up at the very first verse, and I'll like to read to the 11th verse. And it reads, dealing with the scenario that we just read about, dealing with the sabbatical year and Jubilee. Thus it reads in Nehemiah 5:1, and there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren, the Hebrews. For there were that said, we, our sons and our daughters, are many. Therefore we take up corn for them, that we may eat and live. Some also there were that said, we have mortgages. Please take note of what's happening. We have mortgages, and we have mortgaged our lands, vineyards, and houses, that we might buy corn because of the drought. There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants, and some of our daughters are brought into bondage already. And the Almighty we just read that the Almighty is totally against it. It says, already, neither is it in our power to redeem them. For other men have our lands and our vineyard. They ain't even got the property to even try to buy themselves out, because the wicked men done took that. And those wicked men wasn't the white boy. They was your fathers. It tells us in the 6th verse, and I was very angry when I heard their cry. Yahweh too. And these words, then I consulted with myself, and I rebuked the nobles and the rulers, and said unto them, ye exact usury every one upon his brother. And I set a great assembly against them. And I said unto them, we after our ability have redeemed our brethren, the Hebrews, which were sold into the heathen. And will ye even sell your brethren? Or shall they be sold into us? Then held they their peace, and found nothing to answer, because they know Yahweh was totally against it. Also I said, it is not good that ye do. Ought ye not to walk in the fear of our Elohim, because of the reproach of the heathen, our enemies? I likewise and my brethren and my servants might exact of them money and corn. I pray you, let us leave off this usury. And then the 11th verse read, restore, I pray you, to them even this day their lands, their vineyards, their olive trees, and their houses, also the 100th part of the money, and of the corn, the wine, and the oil that ye exact of them. Then said they, we will restore them, and will require nothing of them. So will we do as thou sayest. Then I called the priests and took an oath of them that they should do according to this promise. And it reads, also I shook my lap and said, Elohim, so Elohim shake out every male or every man from his house and from his labor that perform not this promise. Even thus be he shaken out and empty. And all the congregation said, Amen, and praise Yahweh. And the people did according to this promise. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 34th chapter. Jeremiah, the 34th chapter. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, and we turn there real quick, and it allows us to know these things was done, and these things were being told to be done way before they even made it into the Babylonian captivity. When we read out of the book of Nehemiah, we read when they came out of the captivity and they reformed the land and established the sabbatical year and the year of Jubilee in the land. Well, here in Jeremiah, the 34th chapter, I think I would like to go to, this is before they wind up in Babylon. And it allows us to know that these things is forever, and our fathers knew them, even if they did them or not. And we know they didn't. That's why they found themselves in Babylon for 70 years without the Sabbath. Well, in the 34th chapter, I would like to pick up at the 8th verse, and it reads, this is the word that came into Jeremiah from Yahweh after that the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem to proclaim liberty unto them, that every man shall let his manservant and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew or an Hebrewish, go free. That none, and I think I read this, but if I did, let me take another quick look. Let's read it anyway. I'm not for sure, and I can't nobody really let me know at the moment that I've read it. I have Jeremiah 34 and I have Jeremiah 32, and I supposed to read both. I'm not for sure if I read them, but I need to read them again. And it tells us in Jeremiah 34:8, we are in the 9th verse. The 9th verse says that every man shall let his manservant and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew or Hebrewish, go free, that none serve himself of them, to wit of a Hebrew his brother. Now, when all the princesses and all the people which had entered into the covenant heard that everyone should let his manservant and everyone his maidservant go free, that none should serve themselves of them anymore, then they obeyed and let them go, as we shown in the book of Nehemiah. But afterward they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids whom they had let go free to return, and brought them into subjection, for servants and for handmaids. Therefore the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah from Yahweh. Thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondmen, saying, at the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother in Hebrew, which hath been sold unto thee. And when he hath served thee 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearken not unto me, neither incline their ear. And ye were now turned, and have done right in my sight, and proclaiming liberty, every man to his neighbor. And ye have made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant, and every man his handmaid, whom he had set at liberty, at their pleasure, to return back into slavery, and brought them into subjection, and to be unto you for servants and for handmaids. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, ye have not hearkened unto me, and proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, said Yahweh, to the sword, to the pestilence, to the famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And I will give the men that have transgressed my covenant, which have not performed the words of the covenant, which they have made before me, when they cut the calf in twine, and passed between the parts thereof. Again, that is how they made the covenant in antiquity. And I stated that when we talked about Genesis 15:9 through 11 last week. The 19th verse says, the princes of Yehuda and the princes of Jerusalem, the eunuchs and the priests, and all the people of the land, which pass between the parts of the calf, and I will even give them into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life, and their dead bodies shall be for meat into the fowls of the heavens, and to the beasts of the earth. And Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, and his princes will I give into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life, and into the hand of the king of Babylon army, which were gone up from you. Behold, I will command, said Yahweh, and cause them to return to this city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire. And I will make the city of Yehuda a desolation without an inhabitant, because they refuse to let my sons and daughters go. Their own brothers and sisters refuse to set liberty for the people. Let's take a quick look at the 32nd chapter of Jeremiah. The 32nd chapter of Jeremiah. And it tells us in the 32nd chapter of Jeremiah just about the exact same things. And it allows us to know the conditions of the people before they wind up in Babylon, and they treated the almighty people illy by taking their landmarks, by selling the things, by not giving them back, by subjecting our babies your cousins and nephews under subjection. That's how it was. We talking about family here. It tells us in Jeremiah 32, and it tells us and allows us to know that this denotes what we spoke about today, but it also allows us to know that this was something that Jeremiah did. And it tells us in the very first verse, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh in the 10th year of Zedekiah, king of Yehudah, which was the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. Then the king of Babylon's army besieged Jerusalem, and Jeremiah the prophet was shut up in the court of the prison, which was in the king of Yehudah's house. For Zedekiah, king of Yehudah, had shut him up, saying, Wherefore dost thou prophesy, and say, Thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And Zedekiah, the king of Yehudah, shall not escape out of the hand of the Chaldees, but shall surely be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon, and shall speak with him mouth to mouth, and his eyes shall behold his eyes. And he shall lead Zedekiah to Babylon, and there shall he be until I visit him, said Yahweh. Though ye fight with the Chaldeans, ye shall not prosper. And Jeremiah said, The word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Behold, Haniel, the son of Shalom, thy uncle, please take note of what's happening, shall come into thee, saying, Buy thee my field. And you know we don't really supposed to sell it, but we can. We just supposed to redeem it back in 6 years, and no later than this year of Jubilee. It says, Buy thee my field that is in Antioch, for the right of the redemption is thine to buy. And why is the right of the redemption is his to buy? It started off talking about his uncle. It said, I thought I just read that. Yes, in the 7th verse. Behold, Haniel, the son of Shalom, thy uncle, shall come into thee, saying, Buy thee my field. And we just read in Leviticus, the 25th chapter, the ones that would be able to buy and redeem. And one of the entities was an uncle. So here it says the uncle. The 8th verse says, So Haniel, my uncle's son, came to me in the court of the prison according to the word of Yahweh, and said unto me, Buy my field, I pray thee, that is in Antioch, which is in the country of Benjamin, for the right of inheritance is thine, and the redemption is thine. Buy it for thyself. Then I knew that this was the word of Yahweh. And I brought the field of Haniel, my uncle's son, and was in Antioch, and weighed him the money, even 17 shekels of silver. And I subscribed the evidence and sealed it, and took witnesses, and weighed him the money in the balance. So I took the evidence of the purser, both that which was sealed according to the law and custom, and that which was open. And I gave the evidence of the purser unto Barak, the son of Neriah, the son of Manasseh, in the sight of Haniel, my uncle's son, and in the presence of the witnesses that subscribed the book of the purser, before all the Hebrews that sat in the court of the prison. And I charged Barak, before them, saying, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, take these evidences, this evidence of the Persia, both which is sealed and the evidence which is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, that they may continue many days. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, houses and fields and vineyards shall be possessed again in this land. So it all denotes that the sabbatical year will be reestablished, and that the year of Jubilee will be reestablished, and everybody will be able to go back to their possession again in this land. And the land that we are speaking about is none other than the land of Canaan, where Yahweh had promised all that he has promised Israel. And he told them to do all in this land. And while you are in this land, you are never to rule over your brother rigorously, nor was you ever to keep your brother in a perpetual servitude, nor was you ever supposed to remove thy father's landmark. And one more place that I would like to go real quick is found in the book of Numbers. By the law and by the testimonies will we prove that we truly have light on this matter. And the matter is called the year of rest, the sabbatical year. And it tells us in the book of Numbers, in the 36th chapter. And it reads, and I'll close on this note. We'll open up after this instead of reading more testimonies to show where our fathers forsook this law. And this law was one of the reasons why Yahweh kicked them out. It tells us, again, by way of the law. If we take a quick look in the book of Numbers, the 36th chapter, we see further instructions on inheritance and how it was given. In this particular situation, we're going to find that the inheritance was always given to the male. Well, this house don't have no males, but they're going to have daughters. And we're going to show that Yahweh is consistent in all that he said. And we're going to show the regulations that Yahweh gave to the women that happen to be a recipient of the inheritance. And these inheritance is the same landmarks that Yahweh told us never to remove. Thus, it tells us in Numbers, the 36th chapter, and the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir and the son of Manasseh, of the family of the sons of Joseph, came near and speak before Moses and before the princes and the chief fathers of the children of Israel. And they said, Yahweh commanded my master to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. And you can find that truth in the book of Joshua. And my master was commanded by Yahweh to give the inheritance of Zolot he had, our brother, and to his daughters. And this is the only account that you can find that this has happened. And if they be married, because he's talking about a father's house, and the firstborn son is the beginning of the father's strength. Even though he loved his daughters, even though he might have many daughters, still the daughter name changed when she is married to another man. So that is the concern of the inheritance. Is it going to wind up being out from that landmark? Is it going to wind up being out from my father's name or house? Thus it reads in the 3rd verse. And if they, the 2 women, be married to any of the sons of the other tribes, because your landmark represent your father's house, your tribe, and your gate that you live in. So it tells us, if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes. You can't even marry no other man. It got to be of the tribes, but there's even conditions to who you marry in the tribes. But it definitely lets you know you can never marry a foreigner or someone outside of the 12 tribes. It says, of the children of Israel, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers. Absolutely. Because you're about to give your inheritance to that man. And that man is under a whole different name. It says, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe, whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And Yahweh forbids. The 4th verse reads, and when the jubilee of the children of Israel shall be, then shall their inheritance be put into the inheritance of the tribe, whereunto they are received. So shall the inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of your fathers. And Moses commanded the children of Israel according to the words of Yahweh, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph have said well. This is the thing which Yahweh does command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry to whom they think best, only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. That is to keep the landmark. That is to keep the inheritance in the lot that they originally received. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe. You get that? It stays where it was originally casted, where you originally got your lot. It is to stay forever. So he wanted the women that might be a recipient of such inheritance to always marry a man among your father's tribe, never one of the other tribes, even though they're your brother, they're your nephews, they're your uncles. You were not to marry them. That way your inheritance stay put. It won't wind up going to the man you just married. It tells us, Israel, one more time in the 7th verse, so shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe. For every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribes of his fathers, which none of us know today. I just want to throw that in. None of us know who the tribe is, nor do we know the father. The 8th verse reads, and every daughter that possess an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife into one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Israel may enjoy every man the inheritance of his father. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribe of the children of Israel shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as Yahweh commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Zelophehad for Mahela, Tirzah, or Tyra, and Hoglah, and Makah, and Nor, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married and to their father's brothers' sons. And they were married into the family of the sons of Manasseh, the sons of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their fathers. These are the commandments and judgments which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moses and to the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. And all of this geographical location that was mentioned is none other than the land of Canaan. I will end this presentation, which was called the Year of Release, the Sabbatical Year, and I will end it by reading one more thing. I need to read one more thing to end this presentation, and it is found in Isaiah, the 61st chapter. In closing, it tells us in Isaiah, the 61st chapter, and I would just like to read I actually just need to read the first 3 verses. I will read to the 7th verse, and it reads, in closing, the Spirit of Yahweh Elohim is upon me, because Yahweh have anointed me to preach good tidings and to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh. Well, the acceptable year of Yahweh is definitely the year of Jubilee when it comes to our land, but it says to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolation of many generations. And strangers shall stand and feed your flock, and the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But ye shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men shall call you the ministers of our Elohim. Yea, ye shall eat the rich of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boast yourselves. For your shame ye shall have double, and for confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore in their land they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be into them. I'll stop on that note by praising Yahweh, by saying hallelujah, and by greeting the listening audience by saying shalom, and open up the presentation for any comments or questions. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the year of rest, the sabbatical year? Is there any comments or questions? What you trying to do? Take them off mute.
Orders. So very, very, very thorough presentation, brother. Hallelujah.
You was on mute, and everybody else was. She just took you off. So can you please repeat your comment or your question?
Okay. Shalom, everybody. It's Yamin from Cincinnati, Ohio. I was saying that very, very thorough presentation once more, and it was establishing the borders, our borders with our confinement that the children of Israel and where our blessings came from. It came from the land of Canaan. So that was a very thorough presentation, brother. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And that was very so true, but that wasn't all that it denoted. It did denote our borders, and it denoted that our borders consist of justice and judgment and equity. No other borders in the world consist of this. And if we were under the law, we would be in that border. We would be in that land, because the covenant of the law consists of the sabbatical year. It consists of the Sabbath. It consists of Jubilee, the year of Jubilee. So it allows us to know we're not under the covenant of the law, because we find ourselves in the enemy's land, knowing nothing about the sabbatical year, nor the year of release, nor the year of Jubilee, and we find ourselves as perpetual slaves today. If we were in the land, we would never found ourselves in slavery over 6 years. Never. Well, today they teach we under the covenant of the law. And we've been in slavery way more than 6 years. And no liberty has been given to us. Great comment, my brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom. Brother Gershon in Michigan. And I just
Hold on, Brother Gershon. Brother Hosea sound like was speaking a couple words before you. Is that Brother Hosea?
This Brother Hosea, very excited.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Great presentation. I caught the last end, but I learned so much, and Almighty gave it to me. Very righteousness out of that year of Jubilee. Righteousness, and not just righteousness that I see out of it, but us being merciful on our brothers. The Almighty is so great, and always showing mercy. Always. So great presentation as always, brother, and I'm just excited to be a part of it.
Hallelujah. Thank you for your words of wisdom, and you're absolutely correct. It definitely deals with the righteousness of the Most High and the righteousness and the fairness that Yahweh wanted us to display toward all of our brothers and sisters. We were never to rule over our brothers and sisters with rigor. We were never to be unfair. We were never to rob the widow and the fatherless and all them by ways of ties. That's what we just read today. And it allows us to know that ain't got nothing to do with us today. We are living totally opposite of what we just read.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So true.
Great comment, brother. Come on, Brother Gershon from Michigan.
This is Brother Gershon from Michigan, Brother Shemuel, Brother Yamin, Brother Benningham, and everybody else. Hallelujah. Praise Yahweh. I just want to say, that's the seal, brother. The message you gave today is the signet. It is like the seal of King Solomon, but it's better than the seal of King Solomon. It's Yahweh's seal. His word has sealed it. You have nailed it. It has put the coffin or the nail in the coffin. It's undeniable. It covers righteousness, judgment, and his mercy. It covers his judgment, which is righteous. It covers his righteousness, which can't be completed or done or lived anywhere else but the land. That is the land for his holy people. That is the land for his people that he chose, like you said. I just want to say, overdue, well done, and hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Very wisely spoken, folks. Is there any other comments or questions? Shalom, sister.
Shalom. This is Sister Deanna from North Carolina. I got on late, so I didn't really catch the whole class. I'm going to be looking forward to it to come out. But I did have a question. I think it may still relate. Uh, I was thinking earlier this week, um, the Proverbs 3:7, where we speak on fearing Yahweh and depart from evil. And like for myself, I understand it. And I was just trying to think on relaying that to friends and family who are not really aware of us being in captivity, or even that we're the Israelites. I mean, it's a whole lot of knowledge to come into to really understand. And I know there's a scripture that says that like every person thinks they're right in their own eyes. So what prompted my thinking of that is that what made us fear Yahweh was the judgments. That part right there was like a big part, I would think, that would cause people to fear Yahweh and depart from evil when they saw other people getting judged for whatever sins that they were doing. And the judgment would cause them to fear Yahweh. Well, in this day and time, we don't have those judgments. So how would I convey that to a friend or family member? For instance, I have a friend right now who's going through, may possibly be getting a divorce. And I was trying to let her know that I don't think that's the wise thing to do, based off of what she told me. But it's like, if you're trying to tell people certain advice on the scriptures, what would be wise, they don't really have in their eyes that fear of making a wrong choice, because there's the judgments. We don't have the judgments. So it just prompted me to think, like, how would you convey that to people, to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and they don't have that judgment looking at them, or to think on, if they was to make the wrong decision. They kind of would just be like, take it as advice, but not really to heart, to like, this would be the best decision for me to do it the Lord's way. They kind of would just take it as a grain of salt. So it's like, how do you, I don't know, how does that work? Like, if being that we're in captivity right now, how would a person know that Yahweh is, if they don't know that we're in captivity, how would they know that Yahweh is judging us? You know what I mean? Or we've been judged because we're in captivity, if I'm making sense. You know what I'm saying? Us being in captivity, and those of us who are aware of it, we know and are aware of that we should fear Yahweh and depart from evil. But because the judgments are not in place, how will we convey that to others? Or is it just only certain people are going to be really aware of these type of things?
Well, what it sounds like you asking me, how do we tap in to one's integrity? Because to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil, we're not actually saying that based on the judgments that have befallen our fathers, but we are saying fear Yahweh and depart from evil based on all that he has said and done. See, we got other men that were not under the covenant of the law that feared Yahweh and departed from evil. It does not say they feared Yahweh and departed from evil because a judgment was coming, or they was afraid that Yahweh was going to judge them. But the scriptures, even dealing with Daniel, the scripture tells us about those men integrity. So your integrity is not my integrity. Every one of us have integrity. Every one of us do not use integrity. But we got stories about those that did use integrity, and their integrity allowed them to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Even though the rest of the world, dealing with Noah, they might was doing evil. But this man, integrity, allowed him to fear Yahweh and not to do that evil. You had Job, that was one that feared Yahweh and eschewed evil. And he had already displayed his integrity, and Yahweh acknowledged it even against the adversary, even against Satan. And you ask me, well, how do a person fear Yahweh, even though they might make the wrong choice, this, that, and another? It's still going to be based on their integrity, because the Almighty sick Satan on Job. He sicked him on him to test his integrity. And we know it was integrity, because what did Job's wife tell Job? Did not Job's wife tell Job to let go of your integrity, curse Elohim, and die? Yes, he did. Yes, she did. And he responded to his wife of the youth, his first wife, his young, beautiful wife, and he responded to her, you sound like one of the foolish women. Do not Yahweh, is not Yahweh the creator? Or let me go there and say it the way it speaks, the way it's written. Because the is telling us, is not Yahweh the Elohim of good and evil? So these things are laid in the earth. It is up to you to fear Yahweh. See, we preach it every day, but it is up to you to do it. It is even people that say they fear Yahweh and they don't. So it's all about the individual integrity. And what I would suggest is that you try to tap into that person's individual integrity and show them with their integrity on the line, show them why they should fear Yahweh. Show them why they should not do anything that is evil. Because you will be showing your integrity towards the Holy One, which is the Creator himself. And let me use one quick example. In the book of Daniel, let's go there real quick. In the book of Daniel, it says this. The very first chapter. And it tells us in Daniel 1. I will start at the 4th verse of the first chapter of Daniel 1. And it reads, the children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning and knowledge and understanding. And they in captivity now. Science and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, in whom they might teach the learning in the tongue of the Chaldees. And a lot of people say, well, y'all ain't wrong. You're supposed to only be talking Hebrew. Well, it showed us that all the people, especially those that was educated, they was taught the tongue of the Chaldees. And that includes Daniel and the other Hebrew boys. For it read in the 5th verse, and the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat, and of the wine which he drank. So nourished them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. Now, among these were the children of Yehuda, Daniel, Hananiah, and Mishael, and Azariah, and to whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names, for he gave it to Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah Shadrach, and Mishael Meshach, and Azariah, Abednego. But Daniel, please take note. Please take note of the integrity. But Daniel proposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore, he requested, using integrity. He didn't say, damn the enemy, I ain't drinking that, I ain't eating that. You'll never find that. It says that, therefore, he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. And it says, now Elohim brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuch. And the prince of the eunuch said unto Daniel, I fear my master the king, who have appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your face worse, likening than the children which are of your sort? Then shall ye make me endangered my head to the king. So what this is saying is, Daniel used it integrity, and that integrity allowed him not to do evil. The evil was eating of the king's meat. Well, with him using integrity and the Almighty loving that integrity, he made Daniel's enemies love him to where they say, okay, yeah, go ahead, we're going to try it. Even though my head is on the line. Don't forget what the man's saying. Now, if my king catch us, I'm dead. But with your integrity and the favor that Yahweh has put upon you, it allows me to give you that chance. And that's the same way with Daniel. The same way with Job, the same way with Abraham, the same way with Noah. The scripture said the whole earth was corrupt, except this one man that's walking around with integrity. And to try to also answer your point, you say, well, how is they going to really do it, Samuel, when they don't see the judgment, when they don't think that they're going to be punished for it? It tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, where we go all the time. It tells us in the 8th chapter, in the 11th verse, it reads, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. And we that got knowledge of this, we understand it. We know, okay, that's why they keep sinning. Because ain't no judgment coming upon them based on this law. They might find themselves being judged by the rod of man. They might find themselves being judged by the stripes of the sons of man. But when they break this, they ain't being judged. So they keep on breaking it. They'll tell us that we're supposed to do these things. And the Almighty said the only reason why is because the sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore, the sister and the brother hearts will be fully set in them to do evil. So what is the only thing that can stop you? Your integrity. Your integrity. Your integrity is what's going to instill the fear in you. You already know that, well, since the sentence ain't coming, I might can do this a couple more years and get away with it. Based on what wisdom has said. But not so for the wise man. Not so for the man or woman that fear Yahweh, because their integrity is going to come into play, and their integrity will not allow them to do anything that Yahweh hates. So the best thing to do is to show them the scriptures, try to touch their integrity, and show them what Yahweh said. See, because your fear, it should be based on what he said and did.
Yeah.
The Almighty said also in his book, I just can't think of it right off the top of my head, where he talked about how he saved us. And he said, should I not be feared? So he's saying I should be feared based on how I saved you and everything. I am one to tremble at based on what I have did for you. So that's why we are supposed to fear him, not just because of his punishment, but because of what he has said and because of what he has already done in the earth. It deserves us to tremble at his word.
Okay. I agree. I can see that and agree with that. And make sense.
Yeah, the best way we can do it, just like we learned, we got to read it. That's why I learned how to fear Yah. Before I understood what he did and said, I didn't have no fear. How could I? I didn't even know what he said.
Yeah.
That's just like the Christians say. The Christians say, well, Yahweh is only love, 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 until they read the book. And then they find, well, he ain't just love. It says it's a time for love and a time for hate. He said he's an Elohim of war. He said all that. But you didn't know that before you read it. At first, tradition taught you under Christianity, he just love, love, love. And then you read the book and you found out otherwise. That's how you're going to find out. You got to read this book. Great comment, question. If I have not satisfied you with an answer, please ask me again, or I can try to send it to you another way. If it's something else that you need for me to expound on, far as how will we teach somebody else to fear Yahweh. The only thing that I have found to teach somebody else to fear Yahweh is this book. And then it still takes their individual integrity to start doing it.
Yep.
And there's many people that say they do it and they don't. So because a person might say, okay, yeah, I understand. Oh, yeah, I do that. But they don't. So it's still based on your integrity.
Hallelujah.
Okay.
Is there any other comments and questions? Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, we can go ahead and end the presentation with a song. We got 2 good fights coming on tonight. So is there any other comments or questions? If not, I'll read the song and go watch the fight.
What fight's coming on, brother?
You got Lomachenko fighting and you got Tank Davis fighting. There's 2 fights on 2 different networks. Okay. They pay reviews, but if you got that stick or scream it, you can get it that way without paying for it. But both of them are paid reviews, I think.
All right. Thank you, brother.
You're more than welcome. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, let us end this great presentation by us all turning to Psalms 122 in closing. And I would just like to thank the listening audience as we turn to Psalms 122 for allowing you to open your ear where you can hear and open your eyes where you can see, where you can at least begin to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. I thank you once again. It tells us in Psalms 122, in closing, we was glad when we said unto us, let us go into the house of Yahweh. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is built as a city that is compact together. Whether the tribes go up, the tribes of Yahweh, into the testimony of Israel, to give thanks into the name of Yahweh. For there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces. For my brethren and companions' sake, we will now say, Shalom be within thee. Because of the house of Yahweh, our Elohim, we will seek thy good. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and Shalom Israel.
Shalom, family.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Yeah, shalom. Shalom, shalom.